Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the New Hampshire Senate. I call the Senate out of recess. I call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion. Senator Carson's motion is, I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
Okay, no, I know. It's just that I know we had talked about Senator Pearl.
That was my mistake.
Okay.
That comes next.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Tammy is always right.
Okay. Well, Mr. President, I would not argue with you on that one. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Again, my apologies. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, Father Stephen Lawson. Good morning.
Good morning. It's always great to be with you. Let us pray. Eternal Creator of the universe, we acknowledge you as the giver of every good gift that we receive. Bless these lawmakers and staffers. May they work together in this body in a spirit of civility and humility to continue to build a more just society. On this budget day, grant these legislators patience and fortitude. We ask that you bless the family and friends of those here today. May we recognize the sacrifice they are making so their relatives can serve their communities. In this time of late spring, we pray that our farmers have a good harvest, and we pray for those who we see on the streets who are dealing with homelessness and poverty. O Lord, bring down your Spirit upon our great state of New Hampshire and all its peoples, so that we may enjoy a time of prosperity and safety. Amen.
Senator Whitley, could you do the honors this morning?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of guests. Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, I have 4 Pakistani Americans here today, 2 of them in this corner of the room. The priest who is the priest at the mosque, and he's also an instructor at Southern New Hampshire University, and a businessman. Please introduce yourselves. Saeed?
My name is Saeed Ahmed. I'm from Manchester. I'm a small business owner in Manchester City.
I've been buying gas at his station for the last 25 years.
My name is Fakhruddin. I'm a mechanical engineer. I work for a medical device company.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator D'Alessandro. Further introduction of guests. Seeing none, we'll move straight to a reconsideration. Senator Pearl.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the following action taken by this body on House Bill 221. Reconsider the vote on third reading and final passage, rescind the third reading, and reconsider the vote on ought to pass as amended.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The bill is now on second reading Is there any discussion or floor amendment? Senator Pearl. He is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized to introduce floor amendment 2136.
Thank you, Mr. President. So very simply, what this amendment does is we added the game camera bill language to 221 last week, and in doing so, we used the Senate version of the language. And after having discussions with House members, we are able to have them offer a motion of concurrence if we change and accept the House amended version of the language. Very quickly, what that does is it makes two simple changes. It makes a change to the section, which would be lines 14 to 16 on the amendment, provided that no person shall take a game animal or fur-bearing animal within the same calendar day of remotely viewing any image. Currently, it's within 24 hours. This changes it to the same calendar day. And the other change is on page 2, line 13 and 14. It changes the fine to $125. I believe the original version we passed last week allowed for a fine up to $1,000. So I would ask my colleagues to support this bill, and I believe in making this change that we will get a motion of concurrence from the House when we send it over. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question on floor amendment 2136? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 221. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. House Bill 221 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1A, an act making an appropriations for the expenses of certain departments of the state for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024 and June 30th, 2025. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1A ought to pass. The Senate Finance Committee has spent the past 6 weeks working to craft a balanced budget. The budget, as amended, does not raise taxes, focuses spending on the needs of the most vulnerable, and expands opportunity for New Hampshire families. This budget proposal lowers state spending over the biennium by $500 million over the governor's proposed budget, and $750 million from the House passed budget. It sends $245 million back to the cities and towns through rooms and meals revenue sharing. It prioritizes education, health care, and the New Hampshire environment. It does these things without increasing taxes, which will keep our state's economy growing. Thanks to the member of the Senate Finance Committee, to Michael Kane and his staff and the Legislative Budget Assistance Office, and to my assistant, Deb Martone, for their hard work, which we would not have accomplished these things. The Finance Committee asks for your support of the amendment, the bill as amended. The Finance Committee looks forward to not being here every day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? The question then is on Senator Susi. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just rise briefly to thank all of my colleagues on the Senate Finance Committee and echo the words of my good friend from Senate District 6. And I'm glad that this first bill is starting us off on a bipartisan note, and may it be a good indication of the hard work we have ahead of us, but the good work we can do when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Is there further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the ought to pass motion as amended on HB 1, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. HB 1 is ordered to third reading. That was so easy. Let's take a 5-minute recess. The Senate will be in recess.
recognize Senator Rosenwald for introduction of a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very excited to introduce the fabulous fourth graders of Ledge Street School in Nashua.
And thank you all for coming. We also, during the recess, had Chris McCall at school, so they had to continue on. So we did welcome them from afar, but all right. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 2, FNAL, an act relative to state fees, funds, revenues, and expenditures. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Ennis.
President, I encourage the Senate to please pass House Bill 2. This bill does a remarkable job of meeting our state's most challenging needs in a fiscally responsible manner. Over the past several months, the Finance Committee has worked very hard to present a fiscally responsible budget that addresses the state's most pressing concerns and our neediest citizens. This budget is a good budget, and it's something that we can all be proud of. We protected our youth, the elderly, students, teachers. We provided more funding for schools, as well as higher education. We're investing in our future, and I encourage the Senate to pass this bill. If I may continue, Mr. President.
Please.
Thank you. Low taxes are the result of low spending, and that's an important thing for all of us to keep in mind. Over the past 6 weeks, we've managed to trim about $700 million from the budget. State revenues have clearly exceeded our expectations over the past 2 years, and this means that we could afford to fund certain priorities such as Medicaid rates, education funding, and public safety. But we have to be mindful of what we do over the next 2 years. There are signs of recession out there, consumer debt continues to climb, and we're starting to see a slowdown in spending. That will affect some of our sources of revenue. We might see a spike in energy prices again as well. This budget importantly supports the rainy day fund, and it's a good budget. I want to take a moment to highlight an area that I've been working on all year, and that's affordable housing. This is a huge challenge for working families. It slows down mobility, makes it harder for people to move to New Hampshire, and it drags down our economic growth. HB 2 dedicates $45 million in new state funding for a variety of innovative housing initiatives. It provides $30 million to the Affordable Housing Fund, $10 million to Invest NH to develop affordable workforce housing, and $5 million for Housing Champions to incentivize municipalities to develop workforce housing. It also provides $10 million in new state aid for local homelessness programs. This is, again, a good bill, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just, first of all, I want to thank the Finance Committee for all the hard work they did. It was truly a bipartisan and a learning experience for me, being the first time on finance. I also want to echo the sentiments that I'd like to thank Mike Kane and the LBA for all the hard work and bringing some of us neophytes into the finance organization. And I want to thank Deb Martone. Thank you. I want to thank Deb Martone for all the work that she's done. I too want to encourage this body to pass this budget. It does some really wonderful things for health services and mental health services. It increases the Medicaid rates by $134 million with matching federal funds to ensure access to quality health care. This should help make us competitive with some of our neighboring states. It provides incentives to attract frontline health care workers to New Hampshire. It adds $400,000 in funding for L&A reimbursement and establishes a health care consumer protection trust fund. It also provides $5 million for crisis stabilization services It provides more than $2 million in funding for a recovery-friendly workplace initiative. It extends availability of $2.8 million for the Developmental Services Pilot Program. It increases the Family Mutual Support Services by $50,000. It extends the ability to use $6 million for transitional housing beds and expands support for behavioral health crisis response initiatives. It provides an additional $16.5 million to support family resource infrastructure and to support residential treatment provider rates as a component for the system of care for a total of $66.9 million. It also provides $1 million for early childhood mental health consultation pilot program for the youngest of our children. And for some of the things that I've been hearing from the other side of the wall, there is a sunset for the the Medicaid expansion. It's a 7-year sunset. It doesn't go in perpetuity. So with that, I will close my statements, and again, I encourage this body to support this budget that was duly put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for my colleague from District 19.
Does the senator accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Does this budget provide the provisions that were discussed and put in the budget for the omnibus bill?
It does, actually. It pretty much puts everything in there. It's $850,000 for the Medicaid coverage for doulas, donor breast milk, and lactation services. $600,000 for Medicaid postpartum coverage, $4 million for family resource centers, and it also includes a $600,000 for WIC Farmers Markets Nutrition Program.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there additional comments, questions on the committee amendment? Seeing none. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support HB 2. I worked on the education funding component of this bill. It provides great education funding around the student-centered education funding. This bill, when extrapolated out for 10 years, will provide up to a 31% increase in education funding for our citizens or our students here in New Hampshire. It targets education aid to the towns with the greatest need. It increases state aid to local districts, thereby reducing local property tax by more than $169 million over the next 2 years. No town receives less state education than they received in the current budget. So I highly urge my friends in the Senate to vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Murphy for a question.
Yes, Mr. President. Question of the senator from District 2, please.
Senator from District 2, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you for taking the question, sir. My home city of Manchester is the state's largest school district. It has the largest number of low-income students. Can you just speak for a second, please, about how this budget treats my district of Manchester? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Senator. So there's two ways we address this. The first is we increase funding for students that are eligible for free and reduced lunches. Under the adequacy formula, we also use free and reduced to determine extraordinary needs grants. This ensures that communities with the low-income families receive enhanced state educational funding. Additionally, state funding for Manchester will go from $110.5 million to $139 million in fiscal year 24, and then again up to $142 million in fiscal year 25. That's a 28% increase to help your low-income families and the taxpayers of Manchester.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Murphy to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to congratulate the members of the Finance Committee for their excellent work. I don't think any of us is ever going to get to vote for a budget that we love every word of and every page of, but this is a budget I am proud to take back to my constituents. It keeps the promises I made. It has no income tax, no sales tax, no capital gains tax. It keeps the commitment that we made to eliminate the interest and dividends tax on retirement income, or as I call it, the income tax on savings and success. This helps lower property taxes. This sends $245 million in meals and rooms revenue back to the cities and towns for property tax relief. $40 million in additional funding to expand access to clean water, $10 million for highway grants, $10 million for bridge grants. It maintains the county cap on long-term care services, holding down county property taxes, while providing significant increases in education funding, which is the primary driver of local property taxes. It does all of this while spending $750 million less than our counterparts across the wall. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this pending motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion. Oh. Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Senator. HB 2 is a call of bingo for all of the seniors in New Hampshire. For the senator from District 10, bingo means you won. So it's a big win for the seniors. I know you haven't got there. I've played a few games of bingo, and I won't admit it's kind of fun. But at the beginning of this year, a lot of seniors, and I'm in charge of a few commissions on aging, the groups came to me in December and said, we want to stay at home. We don't have enough money in the budget. We don't have a system of care. And they came to me, and they did all the work. I'm just taking a little of the credit. And so they said if we have seniors stay at home longer, it's going to be 80 to 90% more cost effective. Where do the seniors want to be? They want to be at home. So it's a win-win in both savings and where they want to be. So what this bill does that really helps seniors, I'll just give you a few of the highlights. It accelerates the phase out of interest and dividend tax on retirement income to help seniors. Provides $1.7 million to expand the state's system of care for healthy aging. I know because I've had a lot of people coming in. Community-based services have been helping me. I can see how much it's going to be as I age and I watch other people in need of these services. It provides $15 million for Medicaid Part D, insurance premium payments for dual eligible individuals, increases Medicaid reimbursements by $134 million, which will help choices for independent living. Provides $450,000 in funding for home visits, which again is so crucial to seniors. We have people dying that aren't having people visit them, and it's a terrible thing. It's on our watch. It provides $500 in cost of living stipends for New Hampshire retirees, and it provides recalculation of Group 1 retirees' annuity at a full retirement age under the federal Social Security system rather than age 65. Again, thank you. This is a win, HB 2, for the seniors of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bishardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to also thank the Finance Committee and all of my colleagues for working so hard. I encourage you to pass HB 2. Securing clean water has been something that I've been fighting for our families, our businesses, and our visitors that come to see us. And I am very happy to say that this budget does a lot for clean water. It expands access to clean water for $27.9 million for local water pollution and control projects, $2 million for local grants to tackle the PFA contamination, $1 million for cyanobacteria cleanup and prevention. It provides $9.7 million for the Nashua-Litchfield water main interconnection. It provides $1.6 million for air pollution reduction, provides $1 million in funding to the Solid Waste Management Fund to target food waste reduction, and provides $1 million for studies and investigations and remediation for PCB contamination. So thank you, and I encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to say that this amendment has had an extraordinary amount of work by all of our colleagues, and the spirit of bipartisanship on the Finance Committee was certainly evident as we worked through many, many issues and reached many, many agreements. Is everyone, as my colleague from District 16 said, is everybody happy with every little detail? No, but we couldn't craft a budget that would please 24, let alone 400 people. But what we do is come together to reach compromise and to forge agreement on doing what we think is best for the people of New Hampshire. Each one of us is trying to do that here today. Some folks are a little closer on this amendment. There'll be some other amendments that will be brought forward. But in the end, I think we're all working together to get to yes, to get to what we all believe is right. So thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading. There's further discussion or amendment. The chair recognizes Senator D'Alessandro for the introduction of Amendment 2086F.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is being passed out. I'll wait till everybody has it. It's a heavy lift. Thank you. I think everybody has it. Pretty much everybody has the amendment. Mr. President, I applaud the Senate Finance Committee for appropriating money for a Krista McAuliffe statue. But I ask my colleagues to reduce the level of funding from $500,000 to $200,000. And this is my logic. We recently honored a governor, a past governor of the state of New Hampshire, and we raised the money from outside sources. We raised $250,000 for the statue. But people gave knowing full well that they were a participant in the building of this monument, and it meant something. It meant something to be part of it, to give part of it. Our history has been of people giving. I think of signs that are on Route 101 for the 82nd Airborne Division. We sponsored that piece of legislation, but we said that in order for these signs to go up, they would have to be funded by the people. And they were funded by the people. People got together, raised the money, and you can see those signs on Route 101 for the 82nd Airborne Division. We have designated a portion of that road. We say to governors, if they want their pictures or their portraits, they pay for it, or they raise the money for it. I think that's appropriate. We should do that. We dedicated a courtroom in Exeter to 2 judges. We said in our legislation that the plaques could not be paid for with general fund money. So Senator Stiles raised the money for those 2 plaques. And one of them had to be in the name of my fraternity brother, a man whose wedding I served as an usher in, Judge Franklin Whitey Frazier of the Hampton District Court. These are some examples. So I admire Krista McAuliffe. I have the greatest affection for her and for what she did as a classroom teacher in a public school. She taught at Concord High School here in Concord, New Hampshire. Currently, my daughter-in-law is the school nurse at Concord High School, and by the way, has been chosen School Nurse of the Year. I see, Senator, you're smiling because you probably took advantage of her services. Congratulations. Wonderful things related to public support and public education. I think these are all important ingredients. That's why I believe that the public should have been involved in raising the money for this statue, because we all felt a piece of her when we saw that explosion take place in space, and great empathy for the family. I know her husband, Judge McAuliffe, good, really good guy, 2 children left. But we had great empathy. I mean, God knows the risk that she took being the first teacher in space, training and so forth and so on. But indeed, shouldn't the public be a participant in raising the funds for this monument? And the state's going to give $200,000. $200,000. That's a fairly decent amount of money. On this job, it would take a lifetime plus for me to raise $200,000. I mean, I've been here for 50 years, and I think I've raised, what, $5,000 in salary? Over 50 years? Not bad. When you think of it. But indeed, I think it's so important that people be a part of honoring somebody. People share in honoring that person. Think of the kids that saved their pennies and saved their dimes to honor people. I mean, when I was a kid, I went to parochial school, and they used to pass this little rice bowl around. And you could put a dime in, or you could put a penny in for the people who were starving around the world. And it was very effective. And it made you feel like you were part and parcel of the deal. So I asked my colleagues to think about it. I know it's a tough sell. I understand that. But what I say is this. I want to be part of the memory of Krista McAuliffe. I'm very willing to donate. I'm happy to do that, as I donated for the statue of our governor who's in front of the State Library. And we raised that money. I think the public should have an opportunity. We talk about public-private partnerships. That's what I'm asking for, a public-private partnership. The public gives $200,000. All right? That's our gift. That's the state's gift. We raise the differential. I don't know what the cost is going to be, but we raise the difference. Think of those guys. Think of those guys in the 82nd Airborne Division who landed at Normandy and risked their lives. The single largest invasion in the history of the world. The history of the world. And we asked them to pay for a sign on Route 101, designating a portion of 101 in their honor. We asked them to come up with the money. It seems to me our gift of $200,000 for Krista McAuliffe is a very worthwhile expenditure. But let's have the people participate in the rest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator Whitley.
I rise in opposition to this floor amendment, but I want to tell you why. I'm lucky to represent the city of Concord and serve on the commission that has been tasked to work on this memorial, to represent the interests of the community in getting this memorial on the State House lawn. This is a personal issue for me because for a number of reasons. One, of course, Krista McAuliffe was a beloved teacher from Concord High School. She devoted her life and career to supporting children and the future of the Granite State, and I aspire to that same dedication. So she has always been a role model of mine. I also think that this statute holds incredible importance to the state because she will be the first woman to have a memorial, a statue on the State House lawn. As a Granite State woman, that means a lot to me. I want to represent that the commission has talked about this issue, about whether we should open this up to donations. And of course, that's something we are discussing. But the commission actually strongly felt that because of the importance of this statute, of her role, of Krista McAuliffe's role in our history, her role in being the first woman, that we strongly felt that this should be paid for by all of the citizens, by the people of New Hampshire. And that's why the original funding was so important. She belongs to all of us. Her memory is something that the entire state treasures. And in fact, we have talked a lot about in the commission how her memory and her commitment is treasured across the country. She is not just a beloved New Hampshire figure. She is beloved by so many for her dedication and her service to the country and her sacrifice in the end. I remember the day that the Challenger launched and exploded. I was a young child, and we were watching it in our classroom. And is it a day that I will never forget, right? I think many folks remember that day, what it felt like, the devastation of losing one of our New Hampshire heroes. This memorial means so much more to me and to so many other women, and it's hard to express how important it really is. And so I believe strongly that we should all be investing in this, and that the original funding matched what was in a bipartisan way agreed upon in the commission. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's great to be able to agree with my colleague from Concord. The Finance Committee heard testimony from the Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources about one of the statutes that is currently on the State House lawn that was built about 100 years ago. And I apologize for not knowing the cost, but what stuck in my memory was that cost with 100 years of escalating inflation would be about $500,000 today. So the number of $500,000 was not picked out of a hat. There is nothing that will preclude the commission and others from accepting gifts to help maintain it, potentially to help with other things, paying tribute to Krista McAuliffe. And to my friend from Manchester, I appreciate the level of support that you want to have, but as I discussed in the Finance Committee, it will take a long time for that additional $300,000 to be raised. And I know that, it'll be raised through all sorts of endeavors, like bake sales. I can't eat enough chocolate chip cookies to raise $300,000 in the rest of my lifetime, and I suspect that you can't either, Senator D. So I would hope that we can both be part of the memory of creating this statute by turning down this amendment and voting against it, knowing that $500,000 is in the proposed budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2086S. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Bishardi.
No?
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chandley.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Nope.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Gray.
No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. The 23 to 1. 1 to 23. Okay, the chair recognizes Senator D'Alessandro for the introduction of Amendment 2147.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wait until the amendment is passed out. Thank you, sir. My amendment calls for the elimination of $1 million that's been appropriated for a civics textbook. We just passed a piece of legislation about civics. Senator Carson and I were co-sponsors of it. We're talking about civics education that will be offered K through 12. It's a wonderful idea. It's an idea that I had 20 years ago when I introduced the bill, which was defeated, but it finally got passed. So I'm thrilled that it's passed because, believe it or not, I taught civics. I taught civics back at the high school level. At the college level, I teach state and local government, and many of my students have gone on to take positions in state government. I don't want to be too repetitive, but the longest-serving Secretary of State in the United States was my civics student in the 9th grade at Bishop Bradley High School. Alex Ray, who owns the Common Man Restaurants, one of the most successful restaurant chains in New Hampshire. I think he has 34 stores. Student at Kennett High School in Conway, New Hampshire. Former Speaker of the House, Gene Chandler, was my student at Kennett High School in Conway, New Hampshire. Taught civics, and I think it's important. Do we need another $1 million for another textbook? I don't think so. In 2008, the Civics Education Task Force was founded in the state of New Hampshire by Mary Susan Leahy. Now, many of you remember Chuck Leahy, who was Governor Peterson's legal counsel and who was a very prominent attorney here in the city of Concord. Mary Susan Leahy is a very prominent attorney, still practices here in the city of Concord. Originally, this movement was led by the New Hampshire Supreme Court Society. The New Hampshire Institute for Civic Education was formed as a 501(c) in 2017. The KID Governor Program was launched in 2018. It was renamed the New Hampshire Civics in 2021, and it partnered with the New Hampshire Public Radio in 2022. New Hampshire Civics provides curriculum resources to K-12 educators, as well as a speaking series, professional development courses, and other events on a range of topics, including elections, debates, civility, democracy, and government. Since its founding, New Hampshire Civics has served 8,000 students, over 8,000 students, over 1,500 teachers, over 45,000 citizens. 73 modules have been created for online and in-person look. There are 40 members in the New Hampshire Civic Learning Coalition. We have all of the amenities in place. They have been provided at no cost. What do we need to spend $1 million for? David Souter, former Justice of the United States Supreme Court, was very active in this movement. I had the honor of voting for David Souter to become Attorney General of the state of New Hampshire. I was on the Executive Council. I had the honor of voting for David Souter to become a Superior Court judge in the state of New Hampshire. I know David Souter. When he was on the Supreme Court, I visited him in the Supreme Court chambers. We talked about decisions. Brilliant, brilliant human being, dedicated. He's one of the founders of this movement. They provide curriculum resources, K through 12, speaking, professional development courses, other events on a range of topics, including elections, debates, civility. Hey, babe, let's underline that one, civility. That goes a long way in today's crazy world. Democracy and government all have been put together. They have been assembled at no cost to anybody. They are free. What do we say? The best things in life are free. Why do we need to spend $1 million for a textbook? I don't understand it. I do not understand it. And I said at the Senate hearings, I would be happy to donate my services. I'll write the textbook. I've been teaching it for 50 years. I think I'm qualified to write the textbook. I've served in the House. I've run for governor. I've served in the Senate. I've served on the Executive Council. I've served on my local school board. I was a teacher in public and private education. I'm a college graduate. What's the beef here? What's wrong with taking something that has been put together and that makes sense and using it? Let's use the resources that are available. And I think because of the legislation we passed, it's going to happen. It's going to happen because it's now law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a 2-minute recess.
Senate be in recess for 2 minutes. question is on the adoption of Amendment 2147S. On the list, I have Senator Rosenwald to speak.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this floor amendment. If we wanted to have 15 people create a textbook for civics, and they're enumerated in the amendment, of the 15 people, 2 of them are teachers. The others are parents, the Secretary of State, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General. None of them are writers or illustrators. And this amendment also requires that not only does this group create a textbook, but I guess theoretically could allow them to hire a textbook company to develop it. But then they have to distribute it to every civics classroom in the state and create an electronic copy. If we really wanted to do this, $1 million is not enough. So I rise in support of this amendment because I think it is just throwing $1 million of taxpayer money away. And it's not going to actually be enough if we really wanted to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Further discussion. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I appreciate my colleague from Manchester's long-term support and advocacy for civics instruction, and in particular, support all the many people that you have taught that have actually served in this building that benefited from your civics instruction. But we also have to face the facts that nationwide, only about 22% of students actually test proficient for civics. When this came before Senate Finance, I questioned the $2 million appropriation, so I talked to one of the chief proponents of this, and he assured me, a former Supreme Court justice, that the $1 million appropriation would do what was necessary to create a textbook that has to come into the digital age. I mean, I think that that is likely to be part of the reason why so many of our younger American colleagues, if you will, because they so interact in the digital age that maybe we're not reaching them. That's why this appropriation is important, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the pending question. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Lang, you're recognized for a question.
The senator from District 3.
Does the senator accept?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. So, given the changes we've made recently in civics education, so last term we passed House Bill 320, which required the graduation requirement for our students to pass a civics test, or they don't get a diploma. And given the further enhancement we've done this year with Senate Bill 216, where we expanded civics education into our communities, don't you think that our schools need a predictable and reliable answer to be able to teach our students civics?
Absolutely, and it has to come into the digital age, and that's what this $1 million appropriation is going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to point out to my colleagues that the Civics Education Task Force has done the following things. I think it's very important that you recognize this. They've provided curriculum resources for K-12 educators. They've developed a speaking series. They've provided professional development courses and arranged for other events on topics including elections, debates, civility, democracy, and government. Currently, Almost 8,000 students have taken advantage of this. 1,500 teachers have taken advantage of this. You know how hard it is to get a teacher today, to get a civics teacher, to recruit one? It's pretty difficult. Almost 46,000 citizens, 46,000 citizens have accessed this stuff that's free. 73 modules have been created. You can get them online or in person. And there are 40 members in the New Hampshire Civic Learning Coalition. Mary Susan Leahy is still chairman of the Board of Trustees. Dr. Maria Manis-Pinchau is executive director. They're available. Got a contact phone number for them, got an address for them, got an email address for them. All of this stuff is there, and we have an opportunity to use this stuff, to use all of this material. We've taken advantage of people who are committed to civic education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized.
I'm looking at the language of the amendment, and I love the digital age. I think it's great. But the language requires that among the 15 people, 3 of whom are from the public, 1 of whom has to be a parent, 1 is the chair of New Hampshire Civics, the Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court, the Secretary of State, the Chief Administrative Judge of the Superior Court and of the Circuit Court. Let's see, the Commissioner of Education, 2 teachers of civics, and the Executive Director of the Historical Society, 1 member of the Senate and 2 House members, not only have to make a paper copy available to every civics classroom, but have to make not only an electronic copy, it has to be interactive. That is going to be really expensive. And that is why I say we are not appropriating enough money to do this work. If we are serious, we've got to fund it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Altshuler for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for my colleague from District 20, if I'll take one.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. As a former teacher yourself, teaching this subject and having deep knowledge of the modules that are currently available right now, would they not constitute what would be a textbook?
Thank you for the question. I think if you put those all together, certainly they would be a replica of a textbook.
Thank you. Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No. The chair is in doubt. We'll do a division. Clerk. Oh, all right. While we're waiting for the senator to arrive, I've been informed that the Wi-Fi is out here so that you cannot access the internet with your Senate-provided devices. Until that's restored, without objection, we'll suspend the rule for the use of personal devices until that is restored. Is there any objection? Seeing none. We'll do a standing division vote. All those in favor say aye. I will stand up. And all those opposed, please stand. Count me. The noes have it, the motion fails. And the call was 10 to 14. Okay. The chair recognizes Senator D'Alessandro for the introduction of Amendment 2144S.
Thank you, Mr. President. While the amendment is being passed out, what I'm asking for is Senate Finance put $10 million in for the beginning of the discussions for a new state prison. I'm asking that that be reduced to $7 million. I've looked at what was put aside for the creation of the women's prison, and it looked like they spent $3.7 million doing the original overviews. I've been in this business for quite a long time. In 1973, I was on a special committee that looked at prisons in the state of New Hampshire, and we authorized this study. That study's in the library. That study talked about prisons, what we needed for the future, prisons for men, prisons for women, and minimum security prisons, et cetera. In 1997, as a member of the Public Works Committee in the House of Representatives, we authorized the building of the Northern Correctional Facility in Berlin. We appropriated $35 million to build that facility, and that facility was created so that it could be expanded. $35 million. I believe that $7 million is enough money, given all of the resources that are available to us here in the state of New Hampshire, and the resources that we have paid good money for, to look at the future of the men's state prison. Now, there's no question that we need a new men's state prison. It needs to be upgraded. Made my first visit to the men's state prison in 1958 as a member of the criminology class for Dr. Stuart Palmer at the University of New Hampshire. In those days, there were 325 prisoners at the prison. They just used the main building. The annex was not even used. The warden lived on site at the warden's home. The warden knew the name of every prisoner in the prison. Obviously, the prison has grown, no question about it. I've visited the prison. I've visited on numerous occasions. I've met with inmates, and I know just from an observation point of view that we need something else done. Look at the money we appropriate every year to fix problems at the prison, like the stuffing of sheets down the drain and clogging up the utility functions there. So we've got a lot of work to do. I don't think there's any question about that. Kudos to the commissioner. But I don't think we need $10 million to study it. $7 million is certainly enough to look at this project and come up with a siting for the new facility, which will probably be on the site where the old facility is, because that's what we've done in the past. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Bradley, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate the spirit in which the amendment is offered. It's always a great thing when we can save taxpayer dollars, but I think we all know that this is going to be a huge expenditure when it happens. So when I heard that my friend from Manchester was going to propose this amendment, I reached out to Commissioner Arlinghouse last night, and since these are now allowable temporarily, I'd like to read the interchange. I said, "Hi, Charlie. There's an amendment tomorrow to reduce the engineering study for the men's prison from $10 to $7 million. Is that feasible? Thank you." That's my text. He answered me, "Typically, engineering and design fees are 10% of the final cost, of a construction project. So 100 million project, you'd plan on 10 million. These are industry standards, not our own. To some extent, there are economics of scale, so a huge project might not be 10%, but $10 million is quite low. 7 million is very low. That's why I rise in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2144S. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The nays have it. The motion on the adoption fails. The chair recognizes Senator D'Alessandro for the introduction of 2087S.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment will be passed out. What I'm asking is that the $125,000, $150,000 for the funding of the study of the pier be rescinded. We made a significant contribution to Hampton Beach when we appropriated $17 billion to renovate the shell, to renovate the bathrooms, and to make the beach handicapped accessible. I think we did a remarkable job, a truly remarkable job. What we really need to study is the invasion that's taking place now of the surf, the water. We are losing coastline all the time. The sea is rising. It's rising at a fairly dramatic rate. That's really what we should be looking into. And what will be the ramifications of that loss? We see homes falling off their foundations because of the sea encroachment. We see that in California. We see it in Cape Cod. We'll see it here in Hampton. That's what really we should be looking at. We've done a very good job to take care of the population. Hampton gets a tremendous number of visitors in the summer. As I say, the improvements made to Hampton Beach are amazing, absolutely amazing. There is public money that's going to be put into renovation of the casino, which needs to be done. Some people have purchased it, and I think that they'll make very wise investment and will change it. But indeed, it seems to be, if we're going to do something, that's where it should be done, and that's why I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Altshuler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise as the senator from District 24, where this project would be located, to share with you all that we have recently received information from a coastal study that we did, and the Hampton Beach Commission was briefed on that just last month. And we are, in our district, we are looking at needing significant investment, both municipal investment and state investment, on shoring up our shoreline. The flooding is real. The flooding is happening now. It's not theoretical. It's not hypothetical. We are literally underwater in some of our coastal neighborhoods, and we're going to be looking for help. What we have learned through the process of exploring this attraction is that first, it would cost an exorbitant amount of money. Second, it endangers wildlife. And third, it potentially distracts from the desperately needed help that we're going to be asking for in helping to support some of the communities along Hampton Beach that provide such a valuable attraction to New Hampshire's tourism. So I ask you to keep your powder dry, keep your dollars dry, and help us in the spaces where we need it. And I thank you, Senator D'Alessandro, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to this amendment. Our friend from District 12 brought this legislation to us early in the legislative session to build a pier. And as I recall, the cost was over $20 million. Now, as somebody, as you all know, who loves our outdoors in the state, from Mount Washington to Hampton Beach and every place in between, we have dedicated significant resources to Hampton Beach over the last decade or so. There is no question that that has been valuable to the state, to have built the shell, the retaining walls, to protect the beach, and that's a good thing. The investment that's been made in Hampton Beach, I think, has made it somewhat more difficult to do things that hopefully there'll be no debate about, to refurbish the tram at Cannon Mountain, to make some of the improvements that need to be made at the summit of Mount Washington. These are both iconic state parks also. However, our friend from District 12 brought forward a really good idea of how do we make these beautiful places in New Hampshire more accessible to people with disabilities. I think we would all agree that that's vitally important. And as somebody that chaired the Mount Washington Commission, I wanted to make sure that the summit of Mount Washington is accessible through the COG, through the auto road, for people with disabilities. It's a beautiful spot, just as Hampton Beach is a beautiful spot. And that should be our goal here, because all of us, as citizens of this great state, share in the responsibility to maintain our parks and ought to be able to share in the enjoyment of them. So this $150,000 appropriation does not mandate in any way a pier. It is more a study on how to ensure that those of us who are disabled have access to the beautiful beach at Hampton. And for that reason, I think we should go forward with this and see what the results are. And then our friends from the seacoast, there may be needs, whether it's in the operating budget or the capital budget, to make improvements to protect from flooding and all of the things that I think are necessary, just as on the summit of Mount Washington, there's a need for an environmental assessment, just as at Cannon Mountain, there's a need for the tram. And oh, by the way, it's a big expenditure, but it's a revenue-producing expenditure, just as Hampton Beach is also vital for the revenue of our state. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altschul, you're recognized. Speak for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind my colleagues, as someone who visits our beautiful state park in Hampton on a weekly basis, if not more, but absolutely once a week, with a handicapped relative, that we did a really good job when we redid the park. And I hope that for those of you who don't have an opportunity to breathe some salt air once a week, I encourage you to come down and visit us in District 24, and I think you'll find that there is, you should not bring your relatives who may be differently abled down to the beach, because it is accessible to you, and I hope that you will come take a walk, take a stroll, take a ride down our beautiful boardwalk, enjoy some great seafood, and please do not be deterred by thinking that there may not be accessibility. We can always use more accessibility, but accessibility is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Avard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure you know I'm opposed to this amendment, having brought up the whole concept of the pier. The whole idea really is so that there could be more accessibility. And it's easy for us to say, yeah, there's more accessibility, but as I walked the beach this early spring, and by the monument there, one of the monuments, there's a couple, and the gentleman was in his wheelchair, with his wife. And people just walk past him and go onto the beach and have a great time, and that's beautiful. But he was kind of isolated. And yes, the idea of the pier, well, I think Maine has a pier. I came from Florida not too long ago. They had a pier. They have hurricanes too, by the way. But this isn't about a pier. This is more about accessibility. For the handicapped, for individuals who cannot traverse like you and I, who can walk without any type of disability. I just think this is needed. It's our beach. Everybody who lives in this state, it's our beach. It belongs to everyone, including those that have a difficult time because of their handicap. And I just think this is just a drop in a bucket of what we could do for them. But I also think that if we did have a pier, it would also be a revenue source. And I'm disappointed that we didn't get it. As you can see by the look on my face, I think this would be a tragedy if we voted for this amendment.
Thanks, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay? Nay. The nays have it. And the motion fails. The chair recognizes Senator Rosenwald for an amendment. Number 2090S. I've got conflicting information. I've got that you were going to introduce it.
I think it's Senator D'Alessandro.
Senator D'Alessandro is going to introduce the amendment. So I apologize. Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized.
Happy to do it. Thank you.
2090S.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm on this successful tour, I just keep winning over and over again. I just don't know what to do with myself. This is the second to the last item that I will bring forward. This has to do with us appropriating $1.5 million to aid two companies. I think we should have used our funds if we were going to do this. That's what the purpose of the ARA funds was for. Both of these entities use PPP funds for their business. So they did get some help. We were discussing two entities, a paper mill in the south and a paper mill in the north. I am thoroughly familiar with both. Thoroughly familiar with both. As I said to my colleagues, my father-in-law was a salesman for the entity in the south. I've visited the entity in the north on numerous occasions. Actually, the home of the Italo-Americans in the North Country was in the Cascade Mill in Gorham. That was the center where Italian Americans located. And they worked in that mill. They worked all of the shifts in that mill when it was productive. A transition took place there. Obviously, the mills left the city of Berlin. You had a city of 25,000 that's now a city of 8,000 or fewer people. The Cascade Mill is just a tiny replica of what it was. People came in from New York, bought a huge new mechanism where they were going to make toilet tissue. They incorrectly evaluated the marketplace, and they lost money, and they went belly up. The mill was then purchased by another group, which has made fairly significant investments. I agree with that. I don't agree with the fact that we're giving them $1.5 million. We don't know how the money's going to be given out. We don't know who gets it. given those two entities. But it's a giveaway of again, state money. I don't think we should be doing this. I just don't think we should be doing this. Do I want both to survive? Absolutely. Absolutely. Have they been given opportunity? Again, absolutely. Absolutely. They took advantage of the pay program. We had the American recovery money. I don't know why that wasn't given to them. If indeed they manifested that kind of need, we still have American recovery money left. We don't know the corpus of the money that's left. We haven't been told what's left. We don't know what's left of the COVID money. There is a place for these people if they apply. I don't think this is the way to do it, to take an appropriation and just push it out the door. That's not what we're here to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is a very unusual situation with these two businesses, especially one of the oldest paper mills in the country. I think it's in Bennington, and then obviously the mill in Gorham, which has been under duress for a long, long time. There are a number of jobs, in particular at the northern paper mill, that are at risk as the owners try to make a go of it and need some help to replace a boiler so that they're more efficient. When this idea was brought to the Finance Committee, it was a request of $3 million. We pared it back, obviously, to $1.5 million. The advocates for the mills indicated that would be sufficient. I think given the history in particular of the mill in Gorham of closing, starting, different ownerships, all of the issues, that this is a small amount of money to try to protect vitally important jobs in the North Country, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? We have a request for a roll call by Senator Lang, seconded by Senator Avard. And you're seconding, so made by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. Are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Ricciardi? No. Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chamley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Gray?
No. The noes have it, 9-15. The motion fails. The next amendment in front of us is Amendment 2153S. Senator Fenton, you are recognized.
Wait a sec till y'all get them. I think I'm between our lunch break, and I'm sure some of you play online bingo, whatever that is, so I'll try and be brief. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce Amendment 2153. This is just like Senate Bill 217, which would establish a rural and underserved area educator incentive program for higher education. Currently, there are around 104 rural school districts in New Hampshire. with many rural schools finding it hard to attract and retain our teachers. This amendment aims to address this issue by establishing an incentive program for educators to teach in these underserved areas. This is very similar to a program for healthcare workers in the same areas. The idea originated from the commission to study teacher shortage. We can all agree we have a problem, and that is we need more teachers. We need to retain and support our educators. We heard burdensome loans were keeping teachers out of the profession. The incentive would include the repayment of all or part of the educator's outstanding educational loans if they stay employed with the same school or school district. This not only could help fill the much-needed positions in rural and underserved areas, but also help the state mitigate the current teacher shortage we are experiencing. Other states are capitalizing on programs like this and attracting our educators away from New Hampshire. We have an obligation to ensure that any child, no matter the school district they attend, receives an adequate and fulfilling education. This amendment takes the necessary steps to provide the school districts who need the most help with a tool to attract and retain our teachers. I hope you will join me in finding new ways to provide the youngest Granite Staters with the structure and stability we all know they need by supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Question is on adoption of Amendment 2153S. Is there further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. My understanding is Senate Bill 217 was referred for study by the Education Committee. I think it's premature to put it in the budget at this point, given that the committee hasn't taken action on it. So for that reason, I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Prentice, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to rise in support of this amendment for a few reasons. One, we have a committee that is studying teacher shortages in this state. So we know we have a problem. We've asked, members of this legislative body to investigate this problem and to come up with solutions, one of which is this. There are others, but this is one of them. The second thing is, in my lifetime of living in New Hampshire, which I moved here in 1992, I have never seen help wanted signs outside of schools and outside of fire stations. And now I see both of those. Again, a way for us to deal with this. And third, well, there's four things. Third is that this addresses the more rural areas of our state, which struggled before we got into the place that we're in. So we're paying particular attention to that, which I think is, should be a high priority given that we've already had a discussion about the North Country. And fourth is we've just invested in some textbooks. But here's an opportunity to invest this money in teachers and in teachers in rural New Hampshire. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The noes have it. The motion fails, and the floor amendment fails. All right, status. We are going to try to get through some more bills before we break for lunch, but we are going to take a break right now, 5 minutes for caucus. Thank you. Senate will come out of recess. And Senator Lang, you're recognized to introduce floor amendment 2092S.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I apologize for the lateness of this amendment. This is an agreement that was reached between the Department of Education and Commissioner Edelblut, the senator from District 4, as well as a representative, the chairman over in the House Education Committee. As you know, there was a difference between the House position on funding of transportation for CTE by $2 million a year. That argument stemmed around what's called the maintenance of effort. Maintenance of effort is that if we increase the state's funding, that we have to maintain that going forward regardless of what our student population does. And so there was some concern at the Department of Education that we would be raising the bar on the maintenance of effort per year and that we'd be stuck at that level even if our needs didn't meet that level. So we came to an agreement that we created the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant that would allow that any of the transportation funding that exceeds the current maintenance of effort of $6 million would be able to be applied for by school districts to take that overage and be able to pay that overage. So right now, that cost is being filtered down to the local taxpayer. So this is a $4 million grant program funding out of the 2023 Education Trust Fund surplus into a non-lapsing grant program that the towns and cities will be able to take advantage of for those transportation costs. I urge you to support this amendment.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just want to rise to thank my colleague from District 2 for bringing this forward, and Commissioner Edelblut for the work he did to find a solution that would address a problem that really Chairman Ladd and I identified almost 10 years ago. In all of our districts, there's an issue about sending schools, putting caps on a number of students who can go to career and technical education because of the need for transportation funding. I personally have always thought that a right to a career and technical education is a right that our students have, but they were, I think, being unfairly capped and not able to go because of our inability to find enough funding for transportation. It's not just about the students and their aspirations. Now we know how important the CTEs are for our workforce development, and I'm just really grateful, and also to you, Mr. President, for finding a way for us to move this forward and really be an important boost for career and technical education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2092S. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion, the floor amendment is adopted. Senator Lang, you are recognized to introduce floor amendment 2112S.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, colleagues, I apologize for the lateness of this amendment. This amendment was brought to me as the City of Laconia reached out to me. As you know, we're selling the property at the Laconia State School. The receipts of that property, the proceeds are about $20 million in revenue to the state of New Hampshire. In the committee amendment we passed for the budget, we allocated $13 million to go to the buying of One Granite Place for the Department of Education, leaving $7 million in proceeds unspent that would just lapse into the general fund. The City of Laconia reached out to me and asked that I put in an amendment to the budget to allocate $3 million to the city to help. If you don't know, this land's been sitting on state rolls for decades. It's been unused for decades, has contributed nothing to the City of Laconia in terms of property tax value, and now it's going to be developed with over 500 homes. So I had a nickel for every time we talked about affordable housing in this body. I would be a rich man, at least double my salary I got for the Senate. So this bill would allot $3 million to the City of Laconia to allow them to develop the road, water, and sewer infrastructure needed to help support those houses. Absent this kind of funding, that fund will just go back on the developer, which will increase the cost of every single house being developed, 40% of which is estimated to be affordable workforce housing. So I urge you to support this amendment to allow the $3 million from the proceeds of the sale of the property in Laconia to be able to support the workforce housing development that's going to be going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2112S. Is there further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment. As my colleague from District 2 indicated, it came in very late in the session. This may well be appropriate, given what our friend from District 2 described as to what is likely to happen with that property. But I think it should go through the normal process before we do a $3 million earmark for one town. So I would encourage my colleague to bring in a separate piece of legislation next year so that we can have a thorough discussion about it. I think the timing will work because, as I understand it, the process of the sale, the prospective buyer is going through a due diligence process, and while it's hopeful that it will consummate at some point in the next few months, it is somewhat uncertain. So I think timing-wise, you'll be fine with a separate piece of legislation next year. So with that, I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2112S. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The adoption of the amendment fails. The chair recognizes Senator D'Alessandro for introduction of Amendment 2143S.
Thank you, Mr. President. While the amendment is being distributed, as all of you know, we are currently involved in trying to settle the cases at the Sununu Center. I, along with Senator Rosenwald, have been speaking with the administrator of the fund. We set aside $100 million out of the revenue stabilization account to deal with the claims. What this is, it is a request that, given the $1.5 million ceiling, that when the administrator, along with the AG, agree that can be raised. There is a problem with this, and that problem can be dealt with by giving latitude to those administering the fund to move it up. Some of these cases are the most egregious that you've ever heard of and ever seen, and the cap does not take care of those cases. So rather than say these cases would be thrown to the court and tie up the court forever and make this a more unbelievable situation than it is, this opportunity to go above it is being requested. It's reasonable. I think it makes a great deal of sense. We've talked about this all the way around. I believe there have been conversations with the AG, and I'm not sure he's unanimous behind it, but indeed it makes a lot of sense in terms of expediting these hearings. We've had one big one that's been settled, and that was settled for $1.5 million. I think we have about 51 others that are being looked at as we speak. There are about 8,000 cases that are being brought forward. We've got to do something to handle these cases, and we've got to do it properly, we've got to do it expeditiously, and we've got to do it fairly. And by giving the latitude to the administrator and the Attorney General to raise that, I think it makes a great deal of sense on behalf of those people who were treated so terribly at a state institution. A state institution. All of these atrocities were committed with the state in charge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I also rise in support of this floor amendment from my friend from District 20. As we know, there are at least 1,200 pending sexual and physical assault lawsuits. that are claimed to have taken place both at the Sununu Youth Services Center and its predecessors going back about 40 years. Last year, the legislature set aside $100 million to settle these cases and avoid going to trial. The fund was only going to be open for 2 years until next December. And former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Broderick, was appointed by the Attorney General to administer this fund. After 5 months, 50 of the 1,200 or 1,300 cases have entered any discussions with the fund, and 2 have been settled. All but a handful of these 50 cases are not from among the 1,200 or 1,300 lawsuits that have been filed. So with almost a quarter of the allowed time to avoid the court system already gone by, Justice Broderick has said he believed 2 adjustments would bring more of the claimants to seek compensation from the process. House Bill 2, as proposed in the committee amendment, does only one of those 2 things. But the second suggestion from Justice Broderick, who's the guy who's actually in charge of this process and knows it best, is to give the AG and him discretion in the most terrible of cases to raise the cap on compensation. It doesn't increase the amount of money in the fund. It gives them the discretion. So that's what this floor amendment does. If we wait until next year to give this discretion, as was discussed in Senate Finance, we will have lost 3/4 of the allowable time the fund is open to settlements. And we're talking about a small number of cases of children who probably were raped at least 10 times, possibly also beaten. These are the cases the state would not want to go to trial. It would be horrible for the state. It would re-traumatize the victims all over again. But Justice Broderick, the administrator, believes this second adjustment is necessary for the claimant's lawyers to advise their clients to seek a settlement from the fund rather than go to trial. And if we give them this discretion, we are certainly going to make sure that it's less traumatic for the clients, but it's also going to be less expensive in the end for the state. We don't have enough judges, and we don't have enough attorneys at the Department of Justice to litigate over 1,000 cases. And the cost to the litigation fund to hire private attorneys will be staggering. So it will end up driving the cost of the fund higher in the end than $100 million. So I hope colleagues will join the Dean of the Senate and me in taking the advice of the expert chosen by the Attorney General and adopt this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
And running so that the use of personal devices is no longer authorized. Further discussion? Senator Bradley.
I would object to the non-use of personal devices, but I'd probably get in trouble.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, Senator, and you know that.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. Look, I was one of the co-sponsors of Representative Umberger's bill last year. I believe it was House Bill 1677, that sought to establish a good faith effort to deal with the situation that so many young New Hampshire citizens in the past had to deal with at the Youth Development Center. I do respect the wisdom of Justice Broderick in proposing this, but this is also something that both sides, in my opinion, need to agree to, given the magnitude of the number of cases that we're facing. The maximum settlement under House Bill 1677 is $1.5 million. If that cap were to be removed, the maximum settlement that the Attorney General can enter into, to the best of my knowledge, is about $4.75 million. So I think you can see what the consequences could be. If the Attorney General were to come back to this body and say he needs that authority, I would be willing to entertain that. But today, I think we should stay the course and reject this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I think the Senate President makes good sense, but indeed, here's the problem. The problem is these cases have to be settled, and there's a time frame. And the situation is quite complex because the Attorney General defends the state and he prosecutes at the same time. That's, in my opinion, a very, very, very difficult thing to do if it can be done. To defend the state on the one hand and to prosecute on the other hand. Giving the administrator the opportunity to look at these cases, because the administrator goes into detail on all of these cases, knows about these cases, knows the severity of these cases, and knows what it would take to settle this case. Now, we've got a number of attorneys here sitting around this body. Think of the ability to settle given to the parties. How many cases are settled before trial? About 80%, right? About 80% of the cases. Why take away from the administrator the ability to settle these cases? It's going to save time, it's going to save money, and it's going to bring justice to those who have been victims. And victimization is something we all should consider. These youngsters, their lives were controlled by the state. We were guardians. The state was guardian for these people. Think of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I'm getting a lot of head shaking that the Senate tablets are not working. Mine seem to be working, but we will, without objection, reinstate the motion to allow for the use of personal devices until at least after lunch. All right. Seeing no objection, that is ordered. Senator Carson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a very good discussion on this particular issue last biennium when the idea of creating this fund came forward. It was the first time in the state's history that the state put together this kind of fund. And it was with the understanding that if more money was needed, that a request would go through the fiscal committee. And so I just wonder, why are we now why do we even have this amendment? If people feel that more money is needed, especially the Attorney General's office, why haven't they come forward to us? Why haven't they come forward to fiscal and asked to have more money allocated? I'm just really concerned about this, Mr. President. I can't support it. I think we are depending on the Attorney General to tell us that they need more money. So that's my understanding. That's my recollection of the debate in the argument we had last year. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rosenwell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I hate to disagree with my seatmate, But this amendment doesn't ask for more money. It still leaves the $100 million, but we looked during committee at what the fiscal committee could approve, and the fiscal committee cannot approve adding more money. The fiscal committee can agree to make some changes in processes for how the administrator works, but does not have the authority to increase the cap or to appropriate more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleague. We're not asking, this amendment does not ask for more money. What it asks for is the ability to use the money that we have judiciously. And for those claims that are so egregious that the 1.5 doesn't handle it, the ability to raise the amount. Not asking for more money. Use what we have, use it more judiciously, settle more cases, get things done. That's why we hired an administrator, hired by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. That's why all of this was put in place. And I think the legislature, in their wisdom, and I wasn't for this, to take $100 million from the revenue stabilization account. I didn't think that was the right way to go, but indeed it's the way we went, so it's what we have to live with. So A, we're not asking for more money. They're not asking for money. B, they're asking for a better way to handle the money that they have and settle the cases that are coming before them and to do it properly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Gannon has a question.
Senator from 20?
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes, of course.
Thank you for taking my questions. Just so I understand, if you had 100 egregious cases, right?
Right.
That'd be $500 million on top of settling with anyone else. So isn't that a problem? That would be heading towards the billions of dollars.
Well, good question, but then that isn't the way it is. Right now, if you give the latitude, they'll be able to settle more cases for less money. But the most egregious cases, you'll force them to be settled here and not to go to court and prolong it. That'll cost us more money. So I think what we're depending upon is the wisdom of the administrator that was hired, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who knows, is that these people that have been brutally abused get taken care of properly. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you for the question.
The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2143S. If there's further discussion, seeing none, are you ready for the question? Senator Avard requested roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No. The nays have it, 10 to 14. The amendment fails. All right, we're moving on to 2151S. Senator Rosenwald, you are recognized to introduce the bill. This is the last one we're going to take before we break for lunch. That's an encouragement, people.
2151. Thank you.
It's the 5% of municipal pay. All right.
Yeah, I'm looking for my speech.
Here it is. Cindy, there we go. That's okay. He's got a lot of papers.
No. Well, I had a whole speech written, but I move floor amendment 2151S, and I'd like to speak extemporaneously.
Yes, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
recognized.
Last year, the legislature appropriated in House Bill, I believe it was 1221, 7.5% of the employer cost of the pension. And that was a general fund one-time appropriation of $28 million. And that was done. Almost every single municipality did use that money for property tax relief. And in fact, this is the only direct assurance before us today of property tax relief. The rooms and meals distribution that was talked about earlier actually is no longer in the budget. It was removed from the budget. And that money is fantastic, but it doesn't guarantee property tax relief, nor does additional education funding or roads and bridge funding. And in committee, the chair of finance, today's Senate president, said, giving a blank check to cities and towns doesn't guarantee property tax relief. I don't disagree with you, Mr. President. I think that is probably right. However, sending a lower bill to the cities and towns for a portion of what the state did for 40 years until 2011 does guarantee property tax relief, which we all want to do. House Bill 2 is proposed, does that for the counties by keeping their cap flat for the next 2 years. So if we really want to give assured property tax relief to our communities, I hope we will all vote for this amendment, and I would like to request a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. We'll take up the roll call at the end of the discussion. Is there further discussion on this item? Seeing none. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So it was my bill, I believe, that was amended, or it was my amendment maybe, on House Bill 1221 to dedicate, I believe it was $28 million for cities and towns' retirement costs. We had surplus last year, and that was a good way to try to enhance property tax relief for citizens across the state. We did a number of other things last year. All told, we provided about $500 million in property tax relief to folks across our state. And I would argue today that we're doing a lot of property tax relief also. The education funding formula, which we voted for in the committee amendment, increases education funding by $170 million for our cities and towns over the course of the biennium. That is property tax relief, plain and simple. $170 million of property tax relief. Our colleague from District 9 did an unbelievable job last year of advocating for rooms and meals revenue sharing at 30%. Why is it not in the budget? shouldn't be in the budget because it happens automatically. It's an open warrant. 30% of all rooms and meals money goes back to cities and towns. And my friend from District 9 can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was $244 million that happened in the last budget. That's huge. It continues. It's awesome. We, in the committee amendment, appropriated $27 million for water grants. And again, our friend from District 9 has future funding in the next budget that'll be allocated for water grants. But this budget, $27 million. Our friend from District 20 came to the Finance Committee with appropriations for road and bridge enhancement. Again, property tax relief. We've done a lot. We should do a lot. We have done more than legislatures in the past have done over the last 2 cycles. But let me talk a little bit about the priorities that we also had to fund this year and why, unfortunately, I'm standing in opposition to this amendment. Our healthcare system is under great duress because we're not paying Medicaid providers enough. There's not anybody in this room that doesn't know that's not true. And the committee amendment that we all voted for dedicates $134 million to providers to enhance services for our mental health centers, our nursing homes, our families with a disabled child, the CFI program that our friend from District 23 has done so much to enhance. That has to be, in this day and age right now, after the pandemic, our absolute top priority. And we made it our top priority. I touched on education funding, $170 million. An unprecedented amount of money for housing, $45 million. An unprecedented new amount of money for child care that our friend from District 15 so ably advocated for. And something that has not had any discussion in the Finance Committee or any discussion here because it's so well deserved, a 12% pay raise for state employees. Those have been some of the top priorities. We can't do everything. As our friend from District 16 so ably said a couple of hours ago, we also have to live within our means. We have to make New Hampshire more competitive in terms of tax policy. We've done that. But we have also met the needs of the people in the state of New Hampshire, and we have identified and funded the top priorities. And that's what that list I just went through is reflective of. So why do we have to hold something back a little bit? Most families understand, especially right now in this country, they're hard-pressed. They're facing a recession. They've dealt with a couple of years of rising inflation that, while it's abated somewhat, is still pretty significant. Energy costs through the roof. These are all things that will likely affect our state revenue picture. While it's been good to date, we've got to be cautious. And the debate that we just had on the preceding amendment, there's nothing that we should be more cautious about that we're facing than the litigation and the settlement picture of the YDC. We have to be cautious. So while we've funded these top priorities of education, Medicaid providers, housing, child care, the pay raise, and actually quite a few others, I would argue that we have to be cautious, we have to live within our means, and we have helped property taxpayers significantly, which is why I don't think we need to do this amendment, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Lang, you're recognized for a question.
Question from the senator from District 3. It would surprise you to learn that our rooms and meals tax, due to the great work of the senator from District 9, is up 28%, and cities and towns are going to see a decent increase in the revenues they're already going to get because of the good work of the Senate.
And let it be a beautiful summer, and visitors come to New Hampshire, and whether it's at Hampton Beach or Mount Washington or Cannon Mountain, let's do the rooms and meals tax.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Carson, you're recognized. Oh, okay. Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized.
I don't disagree with much of what my colleague from District 3 said, and I too worry about future revenues. We're going to be discussing that, I guess, after lunch. But I will say that this amendment does not place a burden on future revenues because it does what was enacted last year in House Bill 1221. It is one-time appropriation out of the $500 million surplus that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of Amendment 2151S. Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Susi. Are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yep.
Senator Waters? Sorry. Yes?
Yes, sorry.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Bishardi?
No?
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chamley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Addis?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No. The noes have it, 10-14. The adoption of the amendment fails. And with that, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I rise to apologize to the body. I misinterpreted amendment number 2143S. I was wrong, and like I said, I apologize. I did not misspeak. I thought I was speaking to what I thought was the heart of the bill, and I was wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And with that, we are in recess for 45 minutes. According to that clock, we'll be back at 10 minutes of 2.
Thank you, Mr. Stand-in President. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. So I am bringing Amendment 2141S along with some of my colleagues who are in support because there is something called the Manufactured Housing Board, which provides avenue for appeal for our tenants of manufactured housing when they have complaints or disputes with their the board that runs their park. And so I think it's important that there's an avenue for these complaints. I think it's an important function for these tenants. And there's been a lot of conversation around this board this year. There's a bill being retained in the House to study and reform the board. I think we all could probably agree, I won't put words in anyone's mouth, that reform is definitely needed of this board. However, as it stands right now, the House has also passed a piece of legislation which strips this board down to a website, leaving our tenants without remedy. And so all this amendment does is extend the board for one more year while we can all undertake our legislative function of reforming it. So I hope to have your support on this amendment.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2141S. Is there further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the amendment. This was one of the boards that was proposed for repeal by the governor and OPLC when the budget proposal was initially submitted, and I would hope that we would stay with it. My understanding is there have been no complaints brought before this board in several years, and even before that, there have been very limited complaints. I'm very concerned about efforts underway from some entities that deal with manufactured housing and other entities that deal with manufactured housing to use this board to favor one interest over the other. And I don't think we should get in the middle of that kind of a contest. I think given the fact that this board has not had complaints for a number of years, we can safely repeal it. I did try last year, I think it was last year, to have a dispute resolution process for condominium associations, homeowners associations, and manufactured housing associations. That passed the Senate, I think, pretty easily, as I recall. My good friend from District 23 is nodding. You remember those days in the Commerce Committee when we worked to get that legislation at least to the House. It never went anywhere. A dispute resolution mechanism is a much better way of dealing with all three of those kinds of housing entities. That's a much better way of doing it, I believe, than having this board. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support. As you can see, my name is on it. I'm in strong support of this, and I think that if we can agree to disagree, and maybe if some of our colleagues in the House want to amend it a little bit, we at least given an opportunity to have a second bite at the apple, and I'm asking my colleagues to vote for this. Give us another chance to perfect it. You know, my wife actually has served on a condominium board, and it's definitely not a fun thing. It's not a panacea, neither are these boards, but I just assume give it another shot, please. Let's keep this issue alive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The question is on the adoption of amendment. Senator Perkins Cuoco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just to rise briefly, and I think respectfully for my colleague from District 3, we can sort of agree and still move forward with this. I mean, I think that there is broad opportunity to look at a better solution here. But just to clarify for those of us that are voting, procedurally, I think maybe there haven't been a lot of complaints at the board, but there's also been some concern about how the board is processing those complaints, which is why it's ripe for reform, but leaving these guys again without anywhere to go for 1 year doesn't seem like us doing our job. So again, it's just an extension for 1 year while we figure out a better solution. Thank you.
Senator Gannon, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, of the good senator from 21.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Of course.
Thank you, Senator. We should have talked about this instead of all your good restaurants on the break. But just a question for me, because this is more your bailiwick, that this board hasn't met since like 2019, right? So it's been 4 years of nothing. Do we really need it?
Respectfully, I, again, like Senator Rivera said, this is not the panacea, and I'm not claiming that it's the perfect board. I think that with the right circumstances, this board could address the complaints that are being brought to it. And so, again, reform is needed, but in the interim, I think just leaving folks without any avenue is just a tough thing to sleep on for me.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Avard, you're recognized for a question.
Senator from District 21. Senator, thanks for taking my question. I'm just curious, could the pandemic be one of the reasons why people haven't met over the last 2 or 3 years?
It could be one of the reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Carson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill came out of ED&A, and we had a very good public hearing on this. And one of the things that struck me about the Manufactured Housing Board was that it hadn't met in years, and the fact that the board was, quite frankly, dysfunctional. So I don't see the problem with extending it for a year and seeing if we can work out the problems. Because once the board goes away, where are the people that are having complaints, where are they going to go? And it would be very, very difficult to put another board into statute. So let's take the opportunity, 1 year, that's all we're asking for, see if we can work out what the problems are so we can represent all sides in this discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abbas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Close enough.
Close enough, yes. I haven't warmed up. It's my first time speaking today. So I keep hearing a lot. I'm just speaking, I don't support keeping this board. And I just want to explain, I'm hearing a lot, where are these people going to go with their complaints? Where are they going to go with their complaints? They haven't gone anywhere in 4 years. The board is not doing anything. This board has outlived its purpose. Perhaps there's a new board that could be created, but why keep a board that's not doing anything in existence? So please, let's get rid of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bradley to speak.
Thank you again. Look, the problem isn't the fact that we have a board that hasn't met for 4 years. I would say we don't need it because it hasn't met for 4 years, and a dispute resolution mechanism is a much better way for whether it's manufactured housing, homeowners association, or condominium associations to have a way to bring disputes. The problem is that efforts for one type of manufactured housing to be able, by changing the composition of the board, to get a leg up, that's the problem. That's why this board, I think, should be repealed, and that's why we should have legislation next year that is a dispute resolution. That's why I believe that a no vote is the correct vote here. And having been through these wars with Senate Bill 210 a couple of years ago that my colleague from District 18 remembers altogether too well, I think this board has outlived its usefulness. It's not the place to settle disputes, and it's certainly not the place for one type of manufactured housing to battle it out with another type of manufactured housing. We do not want to be in the middle of that kind of situation. That's why a no vote on this amendment is the right vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some concerns about the resolution process. And we do find ourselves in the middle of this. How many bills have been filed on behalf of homeowners associations because they're dysfunctional and they fight amongst each other? This is not the answer for this. We have a board. The board hasn't met for a number of years. Based on the testimony we had in ED&A, I believe it's because they're dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional, and they admitted they were dysfunctional. Let's take a year and see if we can work out the kinks before we start going down the road of some sort of other resolution process, which we are going to find ourselves in the middle of once again, because we have that experience with all the bills concerning homeowners associations. It's not going to solve the problem. We need to take the time. We need to try to solve the problem. And I would ask you to please support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2141S. Is there further discussion? I have a request for a division vote. Is that seconded? Seconded by Senator Avard. Okay. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the floor amendment, please stand. Okay, thank you. All those opposed, please stand. And count me. (12-12), the amendment fails. The next amendment we have is Amendment 2154. Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment 2154S, and I'd like to speak to it when it's passed out. Thank you. The budget that was signed into law 2 years ago repealed the interest and dividends tax over a 5-year period. This tax on investment income, which fewer than 1 in 10 Granite Staters pay, is nevertheless a major revenue source. The proposed House Bill 2 speeds up the repeal by 2 years for no good policy or financial reason. It won't generate economic activity, and it helps only a small group of people while risking the security of most. We will lose tens of millions of dollars over the next 4 years with no replacement to help fund programs such as expanded Medicaid rates or the state employee pay raises, which are part of House Bills 1 and 2. These are programs that are really essential to all of us. And I think that speeding up the repeal will put the state's finances at risk and also increase the property tax burden that falls heavily on our communities. So this floor amendment repeals the speed up of the tax elimination. I guess that's kind of a double negative, but it keeps the original 5-year phase out as the governor proposed in his budget. But it also increases the filing threshold to $50,000 in investment income. So nearly every single person currently paying the tax would no longer have tax liability. However, the very few taxpayers who do have more than $50,000 in dividends and interest would still have taxes due for the next 2 years. So I think this amendment protects smaller investors and at the same time allows us to stick with a steady, fiscally prudent course rather than speed up the repeal for no good reason. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting to pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2154S. Is there further discussion? Senator Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. In the last budget, this body made the decision to phase out New Hampshire's income tax on retirement income, and that's what it is. This budget would speed up that repeal and finally get rid of the interest and dividends tax. Supporters of the tax argue that people with investment incomes can afford it, so we should tax them. That means we're punishing people for planning responsibly for their own retirement. Lower taxes on interest and dividend provide incentive for investors to reinvest. That supports our economy, provides funds to support our elderly folks after they retire. There's also this thing called a multiplier effect. And we know that money spent in the private sector cycles through the economy many more times than does money spent by government. Anytime you keep money in the private sector, you're going to grow the economy much more quickly than you do if you give that same money to government. With that in mind, if you want to grow the economy and lift up everyone, let people keep their money by eliminating this income tax. Please vote down Amendment 2154S. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Susie, you are recognized for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. A question of my colleague from District 13.
Does the senator accept the question?
Yes.
Two questions, if I may, Mr. President. One, this tax does not apply just to retirees, correct?
Correct. And in fact, pensions are not subject to it.
And Senator, if I were trying to have the most impact in relieving a tax burden, wouldn't, instead of changing the rate, wouldn't I want to increase the threshold, which this amendment does, to impact the largest number of taxpayers?
Well, I would. Yes. Right now, the filing threshold is $2,400, unless you're over 65 or blind, and then it doubles, or goes up 50%, I think. But if you raised it to $50,000, you would knock out, I think it's 97% of the people who actually have any tax liability. Let's remember that there are 20 individuals in New Hampshire who have a tax liability under this tax of $250,000 or more. That's not their investment income. That is their tax, their 5% tax on their investment income. If you work backwards, we're talking about 20 people who have a net worth of at least $100 million. I'm happy for their success, but they haven't asked for our help, and I don't think that they need it the way property taxpayers do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment for a number of reasons. Most importantly, because I believe that we continue to balance the budget on the backs of property taxpayers. I really do. All while giving essentially tax handouts to our very wealthiest individuals. Like my colleagues had just mentioned, these tax breaks aren't for our grandparents or our parents as they are retiring. These are for the very top tier of our wealthiest Granite Staters. And who pays the price for that? It's all of us. It's all of our working families that will not get the benefits of the supports that we so desperately need. I know that I ran for office to support all Granite Staters, and in particular to support our most vulnerable communities and our working families. Giving tax handouts to our wealthiest Granite Staters inhibits that. I want to be clear that low-income families pay 3 times the percentage of their income in state and local taxes, than 3 times the percentage of their income in state and local taxes than wealthiest earners. According to the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, New Hampshire has the 16th most unfair state and local tax system in the country, and the most regressive in all the Northeast, and worse than states like Mississippi, West Virginia, and Alabama. Plainly put, I feel like everyone should pay what they owe. Why is it that our wealthiest individuals are getting tax breaks when the rest of us are not? That's not how we should be budgeting. I personally think instead of giving these tax handouts to our wealthiest, we should prioritize hardworking Granite Staters by further lowering property taxes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. We have a question from Senator Lang.
For the senator from District 13.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Do you know that as of May 31st of this year, our budget surplus exceeded $380 million, while the revenue coming in from this one tax is only $130? So had this complete repeal even occurred, we'd still have, what, $150 million, $250 million in revenue above and beyond our budget needs.
Yes. I know we have a large budget surplus, but I also know that the interest and dividends tax is coming in pretty much right on target as of the end of May. So our estimates were pretty good 2 years ago on that tax. This amendment only keeps the tax in place for 2 more years at a declining rate, so at the 2% rate and the 1% rate. So the revenues that will come in are lower than they were this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Whitley, you're recognized for a question.
Of Senator from District 13.
Will you accept the question?
Yay!
Thank you for taking my question. You know, we have heard a lot about how revenues have been strong, we have a big surplus, but I think I don't know if you would agree that it's important to recognize that's in large part because of all the federal revenue that has come into the state, more money than I think we'll ever see in a generation, that is impacting our economy. Wouldn't you agree?
I think we've seen, thank you, the taxes that have been coming in strong are the business taxes, and I agree with you, that really has to do with the federal funds that are coming in. The rooms and meals tax has also been strong. I think it's pent-up demand, and maybe our powers of estimation 2 years ago were a little more pessimistic than they should have been. And the real estate taxes have been strong until pretty recently, and they've started to fall off. But our I&D tax estimates, I think, have been pretty good.
Follow up? Thank you for taking another question. And would you agree that despite the economy working well for some of our businesses, for our top earners, have you heard, like I have heard, that our families, our working families, our low-income families are in a place of deep struggle? They can't afford food. They can't afford childcare. They are struggling to meet the basic needs. In fact, we even heard from the DCYF director, Director Ribson, that they are seeing a very troubling increase in abuse and neglect cases, and those cases are neglect. Families can't meet their basic needs. Have you heard the same thing?
Yes. I think a lot of families are struggling. This tax is really mainly paid, is really only paid by more affluent people, and most of the people who pay any of it pay very little already. So by raising the filing threshold, we knock out almost every single person. And I think we do so without harming economic activity that business growth generates, or even a capital gains generates economic activity. I don't believe the interest and dividends tax does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pearl, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, for the senator from District 7.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes, sir.
Senator, I'm very much in agreement with many of the things that you said about, the income tax portion of this on our seniors, and that they're many of our retirees. And I guess my question to you is, can we balance the budget without taxing the income of any Granite Staters?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gannon for a question.
Yes, a question of the good senator from District 7, if you'd take my question.
You accept the question, Senator?
Yes.
So, Senator, I was listening to when you were speaking, and you talked about, I think you're alluding to the fact that this is going to attract ultra-wealthy people?
Well, not quite, but okay.
Okay,
Continue.
but does it? Does that keep people from, is that keeping wealthy people from retiring to Florida and keeping money in the state and possibly attracting others? Because, and then they're gonna spend money, like you said, rising the boats of all the rest of us, because they're gonna hire us to work. They're gonna buy the biggest houses, they're gonna pay the largest property taxes. So isn't that good?
I think that's a very good question, and the point you raise is a good one. There is the possibility that if we don't phase this out, or we phase it out too slowly, we will lose some of those folks to other states that might have a more attractive tax environment than we do. It's something that will attract their attention and will drive their behavior. Thank you for the question.
Okay, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2154S. Is there any further discussion? We have a roll call requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Susi. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
Conflict of interest?
Okay. Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No. The noes have it, 10 to 13. The amendment fails. Senator Bradley?
Yes, please, for 5 minutes.
The Senate will be in recess. The Senate will come to order. We're going to take up 2 more amendments, and then we will take a caucus break. Okay, the first one on the list, the sponsor is Senator Bradley to offer Amendment 2140. It is getting passed out right now. That's the immigration. Oh.
Direct certification.
We're going to do direct certification first, all right? 2158. So they should be passing out Amendment 2158 right now. And as soon as it calms down in here, I will recognize Senator Whitley. Senate will come to order. Senator Whitley to offer Amendment 2158.
2158. I have it as 2121.
And don't swallow the paper clips.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had a different number for it. I just want to confirm.
Is this one okay? No, what is this?
I have Medicaid service that's 21.
This is Medicaid direct certification?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Senate will be in recess for 30 seconds. Senate will come out of recess. Senator Whitley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for the confusion. There was a different number once names were added. So I would like to introduce floor amendment 2158 and speak to my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment has to do with a topic that is well known to this body. It's on Medicaid direct certification. And this is a policy that has passed this body unanimously several times. It's been heard in committee and finance, and it was included in the House budget. But as you know, it was taken out of the Senate Finance version of the budget because of concerns about perhaps a larger cost than anticipated due to our new funding formula. So I want to just reiterate why Medicaid direct certification as a policy is really important. So very basically, this Medicaid direct certification is a policy that the federal government allows us to do to provide automatic enrollment in the school meals program for those children already receiving Medicaid whose family income qualifies them for school meals. And this is without families needing to submit a separate application. So this is very important because we are talking about those folks who are our neediest, our children who are our neediest. We're not talking about, all folks who are eligible for Medicaid, only those children who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. So streamlining this process through an electronic data matching process really does go a long way because it helps children get enrolled, it helps our school food administrators, it helps our parents, and it, of course, helps our municipalities. And again, this is a bipartisan policy that we've seen several times, and that's because it's good policy. So unfortunately, we continue to need to talk about this issue because we have seen a dramatic rise in childhood hunger in New Hampshire. And I just want that to settle in a little bit in here. There are children in New Hampshire that don't have enough food to eat. And I just feel like, to me, That's the most heartbreaking thing I can hear, not only as a mom, but as an elected official. If we can't, as elected officials, sent to Concord to help people, if we can't feed hungry children, honestly, I don't know what we're doing here. To put a finer point on this, the Boston Globe recently reported that many New Hampshire families are struggling to either get enough food to eat or get the kind of food that they want. There was a U.S. Census survey that they reported on that indicated that about 460,000 New Hampshire residents had insufficient food. And I want to provide context about why we're seeing such a spike. If you remember, we had a pandemic-era food assistance program that just ended in March. So the article also in the Boston Globe reported that our charitable food system, this is our food banks, they are completely overwhelmed right now. So not only are we seeing this spike, but our charitable, and you remember New Hampshire Food Bank is all charitable, they're completely overwhelmed. And not only that, they are seeing folks that they have never seen before. In this U.S. Census survey showed that between March and May of this year, 30% of respondents had come to a food pantry for the very first time. These are new folks that don't have enough to eat. So now that the emergency allotment of SNAP has ended, we've all been to the grocery store. We know how expensive food is right now. I have a family of 3 and I can't get out of the grocery store for under $350. Food is expensive right now. You add rent, you add energy prices. Mr. President and my colleagues, we are facing a food insecurity crisis in New Hampshire. It's really the perfect storm, and one that I think that we're morally obligated to address, particularly when it comes to children. Nelson Mandela once said, "The true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children." And I firmly believe that to be true. So I urge my colleagues to think about those families. Imagine being the parent that couldn't meet the basic needs of your family, despite your best efforts. When we talk about school lunches and school breakfasts, this is an incredible opportunity that we have to make sure that kids have enough to eat. Not only is it the right thing to do, but we know that children who benefit from school meals have improved academic performance, reduced behavioral problems, fewer trips to the nurse, and stronger attendance and higher graduation rates. This is a return on our investment. So what's the big deal about a form? What we're talking here about, this is about children who are already eligible for free and reduced lunch. They're just not signed up yet, right? And so what's the big deal? Why is this a problem right now? So because of these pandemic era waivers, which created universal meals for all families, everyone, there remains widespread confusion about free and reduced lunch and who has to sign up for it. Because during the pandemic and after, you didn't have to do a form. Everyone just got it, everyone. So there's widespread confusion, which explains why there are 6,000 children who are eligible for free and reduced lunch and not signed up. So not only that, another reason why we have children who are eligible and not signed up is that we see a dramatic drop in those enrollments in middle school. And why is that? It's because of stigma. Starting in middle school and high school, stigma starts coming into play, and we see a steep decline in free and reduced lunch participation. Not because they don't need it, but because of the stigma. And this has real effects on student nutrition and their ability to learn. So Medicaid direct certification, the policy that we are talking about, is a stigma-free way to connect children living with food insecurity and link them to healthy food. It's a simple policy. We know how to do this right in New Hampshire because we know how to run an efficient government. And we take seriously our responsibility to ensure the next generation has every opportunity for health. So now, more specifically to this amendment, even though this body has supported statewide Medicaid direct certification, this amendment merely directs the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education to participate in an extremely limited pilot to evaluate using Medicaid eligibility to directly certify students for free and reduced lunch. My friends, we don't need to study this. That's exactly what this pilot will do. And if you will see that the towns selected in the amendment, we are not selecting these at random. And I want to describe clearly how they were selected. These are the 10 towns with the highest participation in the SNAP program, at 11% and above. We don't really have anything to target our poorest districts, but we know that these are the 10 towns, and because we have a list from the federal government of SNAP participation, these are the top 10 towns, 11% or above with SNAP participation. So my friends, these are the 10 towns with the highest levels of food insecurity. These are the towns with the top 10 towns with the hungriest children. So I will note that the 10 towns, my senator friend from District 1 has 5 towns. My friend from District 8 has 1 town. My friend from District 7 has 1 town. My friend from District 2 has 1 town. And that's it. And my friend from District 9 has 1 town. So again, these are not randomly selected. These are our 10 neediest towns. And this will potentially impact over 800 children. This small, tiny pilot could potentially connect over 800 children to healthy foods in school. This is not about funneling more education funding to struggling districts. That's not what it's about. This is about connecting hungry children to healthy meals at school. That's what this pilot does. Despite this type of certification being the best way to connect hungry children, I understand, and I fully understand that there were legitimate concerns about what this would cost, which is why I worked very, very closely with the LBA to create this limited pilot program. And they spent hours upon hours developing cost estimates for this body, which hopefully you have seen. We know what this will cost, right? It will cost nothing in the biennium except what the Department of Education has requested to administer the program, and then the costs won't be actually for the direct certification. They will be because we are actually identifying those children who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. We will get a better understanding of the count in those 10 towns. That's where the cost is. And we know what that cost is going to be out 10 years. The LBA told us. So there's no question of inflation, no question of cost explosions, that costs will just continue to get higher. Highest cost will be in 26, and then it goes down from there. The other thing I want to be very clear about is that these children are already eligible for free and reduced lunch. So failure to do this direct certification is a willful undercounting of these children, right? I could go to every single district and hand sign these kids up. They're already eligible. So I think as a body, why wouldn't we figure out if this is going to work, if this is going to connect hungry kids? Because the reality is New Hampshire is currently 47th nationally in school breakfast. That is not something to be proud of. But Medicaid direct certification can help that. In the first year of a Medicaid direct certification pilot, states saw a 12% increase in children certified for school meals. In the 7 years since Texas initiated it, they've seen a 48% increase. This works. This connects folks, kids, to healthy meals. I think now more than ever, with this disparity that we're seeing, with families struggling, we need innovative solutions like this. We need smart policy that will contain costs, understandably, but will also help hungry kids. And I think this amendment is a unique opportunity to do this. I don't think our children deserve less. They deserve our support, and they deserve not to go hungry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdsall, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, the good senator from District 15.
Yes.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. This amendment would set free and reduced lunches enrollment for 10 towns, correct?
No, it will pilot the Medicaid direct certification for 10 towns. So it will do automatic enrollment for 10 towns.
Under the different rules than what's in the rest of the state for the education.
Nope, so these children are already eligible for free and reduced lunch. So all it does is automatically certify them.
So, but since free and reduced lunch is a large part of the adequate education funded formula, wouldn't using two different adequacy formulas be unconstitutional?
This isn't a different adequacy formula. This is a way to count children who are already eligible for free and reduced lunch. That's all it does. It's automatic enrollment. We're not changing the adequacy formula. We're not doing that. All we're doing is connecting them, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lang, you recognized for a question?
From the senator from District 15.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Thank you. So I guess I want to make sure I understand what the amendment does and what we're looking at.
Absolutely.
So currently, parents already have the right to sign up for this if they choose to. If they want to have their child registered for free and reduced, they have that choice of disclosing that, in fact, they are Medicaid eligible and therefore eligible for free and reduced lunch. Am I correct in that understanding?
These are children, yes, that are already eligible and just not enrolled for the myriad of reasons, right, that I discussed on the floor.
Thank you. Follow up. So parents already have the choice to disclose for whatever reason that they're on Medicaid, and most likely the reason they're on Medicaid is a financial reason, for whatever reason they're unemployed or whatever else. So parents have that choice, but by using this bill, and they may choose not to, whatever reason, that's not my decision to make, that's their decision to make to disclose that data. But again, for whatever reason, this bill would force the disclosure of the data for the students in this school to the Department of Education to make them eligible, and then the school would have to, the parent would be notified that, oh, we found out you're on Medicaid, and they would have to opt out? Isn't that what this does?
No, the reality is, and thank you for the question, the reality is that there is already a free, and we discussed this actually last session, there is a free flow of information already between DOE and DHHS. It happens on a lot of different things, right? And so this pilot, right, merely adds another piece of data. And we made very clear, because this issue was raised in DHHS and we wanted to preserve privacy, that school districts shall provide notice. You'll see on line 26 of the amendment, school districts shall provide notice to parents of children who are identified as eligible for free and reduced meals through Medicaid direct certification, that they can choose to opt out. They can choose to opt out.
Follow up, because I'm still a little bit unclear. So again, though, with the Medicaid direct certification, a parent who has the choice could choose to opt in, but instead we're going to use state data to force them to opt in and disclose data that they may not want to disclose to a school system. They may not want to let the school know they're eligible, and yet we're going to force that and then have them opt out if they want to. Isn't that what this does?
No, that's a complete mischaracterization of what this does. As you know, when a parent can disclose, they're not required to disclose that they are on Medicaid. That is something that they can disclose if they want. There's plenty of forms, that they sign at the beginning of the year. I remember those forms, what you can disclose, what you cannot disclose. So this is no violation of privacy. Not one person has raised that. This is information that the schools already have.
I'll leave it.
The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2158S. Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's pretty hard to stand up and speak against this amendment. We have considered this multiple times last year and this year. If direct certification didn't impact the education adequacy formula to the extent it does, I think all of us would say yes, as long as the privacy concerns can be addressed. I don't think there'd be any question about that. But I think, to my friend from Concord, you have three potential problems. Number one, we have not heard back from our Department of Education whether the USDA would allow this. You may think it does. We asked that question of the department Unless they've gotten back to me in the last couple of hours and I'm not aware of it, they have not gotten an answer. Here is a spreadsheet that the LBA did of the 10 towns. They're all in yellow, you can see them. So your second problem, I think, is that there is a change to education adequacy funding. Just to look at any one of these, Berlin would receive $1.7 million more. And the sum of those 10 towns is $12.9 million. I agree with you, doesn't hit in this budget because adequacy rates are already set, but it will hit in the next budget. And there is a disparity between what towns are getting on a per pupil basis. And going back to when I was on the first committee of conference dealing with education funding and all the lawsuits since, adequacy is done on a pure per pupil basis. And I think that there would be a challenge to it. We can't predict what 5 judges would rule, but based on past rulings, I think it's fairly safe to say they would rule that it either has to be eliminated or it has to apply to all towns in the state. Now that's me speculating, but having been here and having been around the Claremont and Londonderry decisions as long as I have, I think it's safe to say that would happen. And so then we get to the third problem. If we did all of the 234 towns in the state, we have a really huge cost, which is why the Finance Committee recommended a study commission. So after you had approached the LBA for the 10 towns, I did the same thing and said, can you run the numbers of what it would cost if we did this? And granted, it's not until federal fiscal year 26, but it is still a big cost issue. And so according to the LBA, the 26 cost is $108.9 million for every town in the state. In 27, it's 98. In 28, it's 93. In 29, it's 88. In 30, it's 71, and it goes on. It does reduce over time. But just in 26 and 27, that is a $200 million increase in education funding. That is $30 million more than the education funding that we approved in the committee amendment that we debated several hours ago. I just think that we have to know where we're going in terms of education funding before we do something as worthy as this, and that's why a commission should look at it, in addition to the fact that maybe everybody else has forgotten about, I believe it was House Bill 572, that the Education Committee correctly, in my view, retained several weeks ago, and it was on the consent calendar. That reduced free and reduced eligibility to 300% of poverty, and it also had a big price tag of up to, I believe it was $76 million. And so the commission, along with the re-refer process of 572, would look at both of these, because I think while we all want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to ensure that kids have access to free and reduced lunch, we also have to consider the overall price tag, especially in the questioning that both you and my friend from Senate District 2 just had about the fact that parents can sign their kids up for free and reduced lunch. They have to take an action to do so, as opposed to having their child automatically be enrolled. So I would hope that we would vote down this amendment for those reasons and let a study commission look at if there are ways to do this without the kind of cost numbers that I think would be coming if we did it on a statewide basis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Whitley, you recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for raising those issues, and I would like to address them. So it was very easy for me to find out very quickly that this was permissible. If you look at what I have in front of me, it's been sent out multiple times, the USDA, it's their description of the Medicaid Direct Certification Program, it's their guidance document, and it's what's attached to the application. If you look, this is really easy, page 8. It says very clearly, scope of demonstration. State agencies may apply to conduct direct certification with Medicaid for both free and reduced price lunches in a portion of the LEAs within their state or on a statewide basis. This is permissible. It didn't take long for me, you didn't have to be a lawyer to find this. It is permissible because it's a pilot. It's a demonstration project. In terms of the adequacy of funding, I think there's a very big difference between what has been described as changing the adequacy formula to an impact on adequacy. Doing a pilot program with, again, our 10 neediest towns, our towns with the hungriest people, right? There's a big difference between automatically connecting kids to free and reduced lunch and changing the adequacy formula. It is true, it's undeniable, that if you connect these kids, there will be an impact on the town's adequacy grants, of course. But that is very far from changing the funding formula, very far from the targeted aid that is prohibited in the Claremont decisions. I've read the Claremont decisions, all of them. I understand very clearly you cannot do targeted aid, but that's not what we're doing here. These are kids, again, that are already eligible, and we are doing automatic enrollment. And yes, there will be an impact on what potentially these towns receive in their adequacy grant, but it is very different. So, I think the constitutional arguments are quite specious, and I think it's distracting and potentially a red herring, right, that gets in the way of connecting kids. And I want to be clear, this pilot is just that, a pilot. It does not, as my friend from District 3 says, cost $100 million. We know, because the LBA told me, that in 2026 it will cost $12.9 million. In 2027, it'll cost $11.9, and down from there. We know exactly how much this will cost. We don't need to study that. And it sounds like we are pretty clear about how much it will cost to do statewide. We don't need to study that. And in fact, studying it delays getting into District 1, in District 9, in District 8, in District 2, getting kids connected to healthy meals. We are leaving kids to fend for themselves. I fully understand the need to be fiscally responsible, and that's what we're doing this pilot. That's what we work so hard on. What I cannot understand is why we wouldn't do something to help hungry children. I don't understand it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Avard, you're recognized for a question.
The good senator from 15, yes. If I may. Just one of the things that's coming to mind as we're talking about this is just, aside from the parents checking, deciding not to be part of it, we're kind of bypassing the parents on this, and the state's just enrolling the kids in, without the parents' permission. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Thank you.
Okay, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2158. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. We have a roll call requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Susi. Senator Whitley. And we're going to be in recess, and we'll take care of the caucus items at the same time. So I'm guessing we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Call the Senate back to order. Just to review the status that we are in the voting mode, Senator Whitley and Senator Susi have requested a roll call. Is there a parliamentary inquiry? Senator Rosenwald?
Mr. President, if I believe that it's appropriate and good for us to make sure that hungry children in the 10 neediest towns are signed up for free and reduced lunch, would I now vote yes?
If you're in favor of the motion, the amendment, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you will vote no. Senator Carson, for a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. If you believe, as I believe, that amendment number 2158S has issues that still need to be resolved, would you please vote no on amendment 2158S? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Bishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Abard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Gray?
No. The noes have it, 11 to 13. The amendment is defeated. Okay, I want to make sure I get the amendment numbers correct. Is it 2140? All right. I guess they've changed the order. The 2158 is the next one, but I don't know who's offering the amendment.
Wait a minute, I don't have that. Hold on. 58. We're on 2148.
Okay, we just did 2158.
Yep, and now we're on
2148. All right, and Senator Susi, that's your amendment. 2148S? I was given a list, and I'm going down through it. Okay.
Can I see that just for a minute? So these are in order, correct? I'll write them up.
I got them here.
Just give that a second. Make sure I have the right number. 2164. If you don't mind.
You got that on the list.
Yep.
Senator Bradley.
I think the agreement, Mr. President, was that we would do the other three amendments first and then 2148.
And, okay.
And I
so
apologize if I wasn't clear on that.
no problem. We'll withdraw that 2148, and we will pick up 2139. And 2139 is a Senator Bradley amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. By the way, I'm going to take personal privilege here. I think we all should say thank you very much to Senator Gray. He's done a great job in the chair. Okay, Amendment 2139 and all the discussions that we've had, we do have the ability to put $5 million more into the Affordable Housing Fund. That would raise the amount in the Affordable Housing Fund from 20 to 25 million. That's line 3. The Affordable Housing Fund, as everybody knows, has been very successful. We also have the $10 million transfer per biennium that goes into the Affordable Housing Fund, so it actually would bring it to 35 million. But that's outside of this amendment. So we would have 25 million for the Affordable Housing Fund, $5 million for champions, with the second part of the amendment on line 13, the $5 million for champions doesn't change from the Senate Finance version. What we do add is the sum of $250,000 for the Department or Bureau of Economic Affairs to actually administer it. And I think all of us on finance remember Commissioner Caswell's request of that. So that would fund the administration of that, would bring our overall housing appropriation to $50 million and $250,000. And given the severity of the housing crisis, I believe that's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The bill is in question as adoption of the floor amendment 2138S. Is there, Senator Perkins Cuoco?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Amendment 2139, and I know we've already had a long day, so I won't take a long time, but I just want to thank my colleagues, particularly Senator Ennis and Senator Bradley, for their work on the housing package. I know, I don't know about you guys, but it's been a lot of phone calls. So I just, I want to thank Senator Bradley for adding these additional funds to the Affordable Housing Fund. Like he said, with some of the other funds that are outside the budget, that will bring us to a total of $35 million allocated to this important fund, which really uses those dollar for dollar and leverages them in the market for housing. And so they're really efficient dollars, and I think they're a great investment by our state. And we also see here $5 million for the Housing Champions program, which is it's a brand new program, and I'm really excited about its potential. It came out of the governor's task force in 2019, which was a very technical group that I was a part of, and so it's really focused on solutions. It's a partnership between the state and our municipalities, and I don't know about you guys, but I think housing is a top priority for so many of us and so many of our districts, so we're really excited to set up this new program and see how we can use it to support our cities and towns in becoming partners in creating more housing, and especially housing that can be affordable to our next generation. I think when I think of the work we're doing on housing, I think of our small business owners who are struggling to attract and retain workers, our community mental health centers who face shortages and are unable to compete for workforce, and for our working families that want to call this beautiful state home. This is really an investment in our next generation. So again, I just want to thank everybody for their hard work on the whole housing package. It was a big package, and so glad to be supporting this today.
Suspend for just a second. We have a guest in the gallery from the Washington State Legislature, Tina Orwell, and she is the Speaker Pro Tem. Welcome. Senator Birdsell, you're recognized for a question.
Of the good senator from District 3.
The senator from District 3 accepts the question.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. I might have not been listening, but is this going to be from 23 money or the 24-25 budget?
I believe it's 23.
Line 14. Okay.
Yes. On line 4.
Fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. So that makes it 20. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the question before us is the adoption of Floor Amendment 2139S. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The next one on the list is 2140. This is the one I've tried to introduce twice before, but I hope you're ready for it this time.
You got 2140 there? Yep, that's the one.
Okay. And I recognize Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This obviously is an issue that we have debated in the past. I stand before you offering this as a compromise that hopefully brings all of us together and hopefully offers our friends on the other side of the wall a compromise that brings all of them together. The change in this amendment is what's not in the amendment, and I would just highlight it this way on line 10 and 11. The notification that's asked for in this amendment would be published on the government agency's website, and that would be the only place where the notification is published. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of floor amendment 2140S. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Next one on the list is Amendment 2171S, and I recognize Senator Bradley.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Health and Human Services Committee debated Senate Bill 265 that was sponsored by my friend from Concord, and we determined the best course for that bill was inexpedient to legislate because there are federal grants funding the existing mental health services that some 30 schools take advantage of with a federal grant. There's some question as to the long-term viability or even the short-term viability of that grant. The reason the committee did not move forward with the bill is because we felt the grant funding was assured, but not everybody agrees with that. And so this amendment would allow this mental health program to proceed with state funding in the event there's a lack of federal funding. It would be an appropriation. It's out of $23, and it would lapse if we receive the federal funding. So given that I think the testimony that we heard, virtually everybody did support the existing program. It's not a new program, and I would hope that we can pass this amendment. It's a $900,000 appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment, and I thank the body for reconsidering this issue. Just to sort of put a pin in why this is so important, this is the education side of the children's system of care that we have all worked in such a bipartisan way with my good friend from District 14, my friend from District 3. We really have worked on this issue in such a bipartisan way. This is such an important piece of it because we know that our children, our students continue to struggle, and our schools just cannot provide the support that they need, right? They want to be teaching the students. They don't have the capacity to deal with the burgeoning mental health needs. A recent New Hampshire DOE survey found that student anxiety remains incredibly high, and only 32% of teachers say they have enough resources needed to help students with disabilities, and in particular with students with mental illness. So this is not a program. I want to be clear about that. So what the DOE supports in schools is a prevention system, a system where we are preventing crises down the road and connecting children to the resources when those issues do arise. This is really smart investment to prevent future troubles for our students. And so I would ask my colleagues to come together again in a bipartisan way and support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question before us is the adoption of floor amendment 2171S. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion, the amendment is adopted. And now, I tried to do this before, Senator, so we'll do 2148 and recognize Senator Susie.
2164 is the...
2148S?
Mr. President, I guess my confusion earlier was that the number I have is 2164, and I don't know what the change is if it's in the
If
names listed,
we're
but I want to
supposed
make
to-
sure we have the correct version, if we may.
We'll figure it out. We'll call the Senate back to order, and Amendment 2148S is withdrawn, and we will call Amendment 2164S and recognize Senator Susie.
Mr. President, we've done a lot of great work here today. I've probably done more work on this issue than just about anything else in the budget, and for that reason, I feel the need to raise the issue, to bring it before you, and to talk about how important this is. There's a couple people in here that have been around for a while, too, that have lived retirement issues. I have 2 banker's boxes full of retirement issues over the last 15 years plus down in my office. But I don't want to talk about the past. What I want to talk about is today and the issues that people who are in Group 2 face today. What does the amendment do? Well, much like a lot of the retirement language that you see, it's really hard to tell. So let me say this. What it does is for a discrete group of people. Within our system, we have three groups. We have what's called the old system people, we have what's called the new system people, the people before benefit changes, the people after. This deals with the middle. In order to make those changes, we had a transition period. And there are some people in the middle. And why did the middle become so important all of a sudden? Well, the middle became really important because a lot of these people are now hitting 11 or 12 years. Why is that significant in their careers in Group 2? Because that's the point at which a lot of people decide to move up, to get promoted. But what's happening right now is the reason that I stand before you and ask you to make this important change. And this is about retention. There was a period of time where after you were 8, 10 years in on a Group 2 job, and it's police, it's fire, when you dial 911, they're the people that come. The reason that when they reached that point, they looked at what the benefits would be, the benefits potentially to them and their family. Right now, with the middle tier, and as I said, I'm not talking about the new tier, those folks that are at that critical point, a lot of them are calling the New Hampshire retirement system today. And they're saying, give me my final calculation. I don't know if the sacrifice I make when I leave the house every day and say goodbye to my family, knowing potentially it might be the last time because of the nature of how these jobs are, they're making the decision that maybe in the end this isn't all worth it. That, you know, as much as they I mean, look, people that become police officers and firefighters and corrections, they don't do the work for the money. They don't do the work for what's coming in. I mean, these people do the work because they love the work, because they love to help other people, because they want to keep us safe, because they want to ensure that our lives are protected, and public safety is critical. So this bill, as I said, deals with that group in the middle, that group that more than any other right now, we need to keep in the police station. We need to keep in their cruiser. We need to keep in the firehouse. We need pulling out when a 911 call arrives to them. We've got to retain those people. And this amendment is one step towards doing that. It changes the definition of earnable comp back to what it was for the old system, leaves in place the caps, leaves in place the years, leaves in place the transition, and what it does at the very end is fund those changes two ways. First, it funds them by recognizing that we passed a bill last year, House Bill 1587, fixing what was an anomaly in the final compensation formula. That had a cost to it of $43 million. This amendment repeals that bill, but uses that dollar amount to fund this bill, so that's the basis. And then beyond that, it would use money, $25 million a year, until paid off, from the communications services tax starting in 2026 to pay for the bill. It's paid for. It has no impact on the rates in this biennium. It doesn't spend money in this biennium. But what it does is it tells this group in Group 2 that we value their commitment and service and that we need them to stay. We need them to stay on the job and continue doing the work we know so many of them love, but tells them that they're not getting all their benefits that some of their other colleagues who sit beside them get, but that we recognize that there is a need for this slight increase for those specific individuals. Now, as I said, I've been at this for a while. We get numbers from actuaries all the time, and I don't want to get into all of the numbers because I think I know how this is going. But I do want to say that when I asked the actuary through the retirement system to run the numbers again, the impact of this across the board in 2026 is $5.6 million.
for all political subdivisions, all of them. Now, Manchester, Nashua, we're the biggest share by far. I bet you we're 25% of this. So the rest of this would be spread out everywhere. Now, I know, as I said, I've been around a while. I got my boxes full in my office. I know how to count. But I also know when I need to stand up for what I know is right. And I said that earlier in the day. Look, every one of us came here today trying to do what we know is right and what we believe is right, and trying to do the best we can to advance the issues in the best way we can. This issue, for me, is a critical one. It's a group of people that I worked for professionally. It's a group of people that I socialize with. This, I know intrinsically, we have to keep these folks on the job. This was the best way I could figure out to do it. Now, there's one issue that I think we'll continue to talk about. I've certainly had more conversation about this with the Senate President than just about any other issue in the budget. Because you know why? Because so many others we're even closer on, and we really agree. And we are going to keep talking about this. But I ask you to consider this last amendment. We've been here all day. It's an important issue. It's important not just to the people that could benefit from, but it's important to our state and to our communities that we retain these people on the job. So I would ask you to support this amendment, and once again, as I said, we're all cordial here today. We're all working to do what we believe is best. I think this is best. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2164S. Is there further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. I rise, as I've risen all day, to talk about how we piece together a budget. I agree with my friend from Manchester. I think I've spent more time, lost more sleep, had more tired eyes looking at spreadsheets and trying to understand all of the parameters that go into the retirement section of our RSAs. They're very complicated. I was the prime sponsor in 2011 of Senate Bill 3. That precipitated the discussion that we're having 12 years later today. I can't support this amendment, but I do know, in all the quality time I have spent together with my friend from Manchester, that there may be a way to get to yes. There may be a way to resolve some of the discrete issues. It will take a lot of knowledge and understanding of the cost implications and how we finance it, but we've spent a lot of time together and we've made things work in the past. So I know that some of you are going to be disappointed today if this amendment goes down. But I want to go back in history a little bit. My friend from Manchester will remember this. In 2013, our state was faced with, are we going to accept 90% federal funding for Medicaid expansion and join the other states that were doing that? It was very, very controversial. I think my friend from Manchester remembers. I know my friend from Londonderry remembers. I think we were the only three, Senator from Manchester. You may have been in the House.
I was here.
You were here. All right. All right. Man, I'm dating myself. We didn't get it done in 2013. There were too many unanswered questions. There were cost issues. We had to be sure what we were signing up for. Was it going to work? Do we have the appropriate safeguards in place to do expanded Medicaid? So in 2013, as I recall, it was a special session. We rejected it. But we were approached, Senator Morris and myself, by Senator D and Senator Gilmore and Senator Lawson. And Senator Odell was part of the discussion of 6. And we sat around the table in the Senate President's office a lot of late afternoons and evenings. We figured it out. We got to yes. We haven't even discussed Medicaid expansion in this debate today. So for those of you who want us to pass something right now today, if we don't, you have my word, just as Senator Lawson, Senator Gilmore, and Senator D have my word in 2013 and 14 that we would try to figure it out. We figured it out then. I believe we can figure it out now, but we also have to recognize, just as we've debated every other item today, that it's got to be done right. It is a big change. There are big costs. This amendment contemplates a cost of 6 years, $25 million per year. There are other costs that are associated with it, what are called the normal costs that come from salary escalators that have to be considered because they're borne by property taxpayers, whether county or municipality. They have to be considered. And that's why here we are at the last minute trying to figure this out, and I don't think we can figure it out tonight, but, you know, hope springs eternal, and people of goodwill, if they want to work together, I think can figure this out as long as we can get the structure of this correct and do it in a way that's fair and affordable. I'd like to think that just as we built goodwill on Medicaid expansion in 2013 and 14, that what we have done over the past couple of years should indicate to those people that are thinking that maybe this is unfair, maybe they want to leave their jobs, that we have actually done quite a few things. We did pass House Bill 1587 last year. It did make changes to compensation over base, and it cost $43 million. And we funded it. All of us, as I recall, all of us voted for it that were in the Senate last year. That's a large commitment to trying to address the fairness issue. We haven't even discussed the 12% pay raise that was in the committee amendment today. Had to be done, but it is done. I know that from talking to some of the really great state employees outside this morning on the State House lawn that they felt that we recognized how important their contribution is, and they were pretty grateful to the fact that all 24 of us have said yes. In the amendment that we voted for earlier today, we have Senate Bill 57, sponsored by Senator D from Manchester. That fixes the Social Security offset for Group 1, something that we have no control over in New Hampshire. That's a federal Social Security rule, but with Senate Bill 57, which is now in HB 2, that, assuming it gets signed into law, will be fixed. And we have also passed in HB 2 a stipend. So I think that we can look at how this can come together. I happen to believe that similar to what we did in 1587 last year, 1587, the $43 million, it needs to be terminally funded so the property taxpayers in cities and towns, counties are not on the hook. I think that that's something we'll have to work on. The discussions that I've entered into with folks about this, I think, have recognized the very deleterious impact of spiking of pensions that happened before, which was one of the big reasons that I sponsored Senate Bill 3 in 2011, that we have made reforms so that pensions couldn't be spiked. That's vitally important that we recognize that. Having said all of this, I do think there is a way forward. But this amendment, with its costs that are somewhat unknown and pretty big, costs that are unknown or how it's going to impact the municipality, is not the right thing to do today in the budget. I look forward to continuing these discussions. I think we can get there. I think the commission is a honest attempt to say we're going to try to do what needs to be done, just as we did with Medicaid expansion in 2014. And I'm glad there are a lot of you that remember that, because I think goodwill can go a long way in this building. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Susi, recognized for a question of?
From District 3.
You accept the question?
Senator, would you believe that this amendment and other iterations of the amendment at no time ever removed your language for a commission? Because I do believe that other than this last discrete issue that you and I will continue to talk about tonight and tomorrow morning, there are some other issues that our colleague from District 4 and District 14 also considered in the last decennial commission. So your commission language remains in House Bill 2, and therefore is an opportunity for us to get these issues right, and I commit to serving as a member and to working on those issues. Do you believe that?
I absolutely would believe that, and I thank you for recognizing that this is a commission, and I keep using the example of Medicaid expansion. We can get to yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the question before us is the adoption of floor amendment 2164S. Seeing no other discussion, we have Senator Susi, a roll call, and a second by Senator Birdsall. Are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsall?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Addis?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altshuler?
Yes.
And Senator Gray?
No. The noes have it, 10 to 14. The amendment fails. Okay. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendments. I haven't been informed of any, so the bill is open for discussion.
I'm just going to use this last part.
The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 2. Senator Pearl, I saw you first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy that we're getting to a final vote on the amended version here, and I want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you. This is my first budget process, and I've quite enjoyed it. It has been busy, but I have quite enjoyed it. When I was campaigning, I went out into my communities, and I talked to my daycare centers, I talked to my voters, I listened to them, and here's some points that they said to me. First, don't raise their taxes. Their taxes are high enough. They can't bear any higher taxes. They said, please get some money to help us with child care issues. They wanted more money to help with family issues. They wanted money for their state employees to show that we, to retain them and to make sure that we took care of them and kept them. They wanted money for Medicaid compensation rates. They wanted those to be increased. And they needed some money for local improvements like the Northwood Meadows State Park, which is a kind of a gem that's in my community. Well, I'm happy to say we're doing that in this budget. We're not raising their taxes. We're providing $15 million in funding for recruitment and retention bonus and grants for the New Hampshire child care employers and scholarship funding for parents. We're increasing the funding by $6 million for the TANF fund, up to $38 million. We're providing a 12% pay raise for our state employees. And we're providing those incentives for recruitment and retention of state employees. Those are huge things that we're doing in this budget, and I'm happy to say that I will support it, and I encourage my colleagues to join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Waters, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I, too, rise in support of HB 2 as amended. And, you know, I'm very pleased about some individual sections that are included in that. I, thank the Senate President, Finance Committee members, and others here for those particular things. But I want to talk a little bit more about the process that we've gone through on this budget. Ever since I've been in the Senate, I start out each year saying, I want to be able to vote for a budget. Because I think that that's what the Senate as an institution should aspire to. Because we can have a process whereby we feel that we have all been listened to, that we've had an opportunity to make our best arguments, and that the collegiality here and the expertise here can come together on the Finance Committee and get to the place where it's a fair budget. And I think this year was a particular challenge because of the situation on the side of the wall and because of, financial issues and what we've been through the last 3 years. My goodness, here we are. The state is still surviving and in some ways thriving. I think for me in particular, it's been really important on the Democratic side that, we had Senator from District 13, Senator from District 20 in there, and we understood that when they went into Senate Finance that they were trusted partners, and that they could advocate for us. And the other side of it too was just out here on the floor when we would pass our bills that had a fiscal note on them, and the chair of finance, when we passed these, we would move the table, and we all understood that meant that there was going to be an honest discussion of a policy position that had been taken by the Senate, and then if it would be possible through, to find the financing for it and to find a way to do it. Not everything made it in, right? Most did, but not everything. But that's the process. That if we can trust that process, then we can come together as a Senate. And, my goodness, 600 sections. Can you imagine if we went through and had divided out all 600 and try to vote on each one? I think most of the budget would be gone, right? But that's the sign of a good compromise, that we have put together a package here. And that's your leadership, Mr. President. I think that's the leadership of the minority leader as well. And I just think it says so much about us as a body. I think it sets a model in many ways for what we hope will occur on the other side of the wall. So I'm very pleased after a long day that here's where we are, and I hope we can come together to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion? Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to first thank all of my colleagues. This process is always an interesting one. I don't know that I start from day one saying that I'm going to get to yes. I do try to get to yes, Senator Waters, but look, each one of us comes into this room the different set of priorities, different set of ideas, different set of constituent priorities. And each one of us tries to work through all of these issues to get to a place where we feel comfortable that we've done everything we can. Little interesting today that we're voting on the budget, and it's actually not our last day. We're going to meet again tomorrow. I'm a glasses half full kind of person, so there's still opportunity, and I see hope. But I have to say that this budget contains a lot of important priorities. They're not Democratic priorities or just Republican priorities. They're all of our priorities. They're New Hampshire's priorities, and I think they reflect our best work in many ways. And I also think that it's important to recognize that in many ways, this process started in a really curious way. Many of you know, I'm a betting person. I love to gamble. And although I didn't have money on it, I was betting against the House even being able to send over a budget. With numbers that close, I didn't think that was possible. And the fact that that 400-member chamber was able to send us a decent budget. Now, I always say the Senate one's better. Part of that is because we have more time, better revenue numbers, so we can always improve upon the good work. But I think what happened here today has gotten us to a place where I think, although not all happy with everything that happened here, and each of us, I'm sure, going home, will think of that one thing that we wished had gotten funded. I think sometimes we all have to, for the collective good, come together. And for that reason, I am going to vote for the budget, but I'm going to keep working. There are still some things hanging out there that I'm going to keep working on. But I think we should all take pride, not just in the issues, but in our ability to work together. And for that, I thank all of you, and as I said, we'll be voting for the budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to express my thanks to the President. I think stand-up guy has done a good job. I appreciate that very much. To our minority leader and her assistant, great job. Had the privilege of working with her on the Finance Committee, and working together makes a big difference. And to all of my colleagues, this is an exercise that affects all of the people in the state of New Hampshire, every single one of them. It's the only thing we do that affects everybody. And I think more time and effort was put into this one than has been put into a lot of. I've served on a lot of budgets since I've been here, but thanks to everybody for their contribution. And as I say, we do things for the best interest of the people we serve. And when we walk out of here, hold our heads high, saying, "Hey, we worked together. We made good things happen for people, and as a result, their lives are going to be better." Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I sit here and look back on today, just a phrase from a song comes to mind, and it's, "What a long, strange trip it's been." We all come from different areas of the state, and we bring the priorities to the legislature of our constituents. And we try through the legislative process, we negotiate with each other, but we work together. And it all kind of accumulates on the Budget Committee because we all want things for our constituents. And the Budget Committee has the very difficult job of balancing that out. And I do want to thank the Budget Committee for all their hard work. I agree with my colleague from Senate District 18. We're not done. We're going to be back here tomorrow. We still have issues that we need to resolve, and we're still going to work on those tomorrow. But I think we all know that budgets are about priorities and really and truly is about compromise. And I think that the people are watching to see what we do. And I think maybe that they're happy that we can compromise, that we can work together for their benefit. We can disagree, but we can be agreeable as well. And there's nothing wrong with discussion and debate. And I think this chamber does an excellent job of setting that example for the people of the state. This budget incorporates the competing priorities of every single corner of this state. It's fiscally responsible. It lowers spending in the biennium. There's no new or higher taxes. It increased the rainy day fund. All things that we can go back to our constituents, no matter where you're from, and say, this is what we did for you. It also focused on our greatest needs, the Granted Advantage Health Care Program, increasing Medicaid reimbursement rates, a new student-centered education funding formula, mental health and public safety, clean water, affordable housing, and revenue sharing and grant programs to help lower local property taxes. These are all things that our constituents talked to us about as we campaigned last year, things that were important to them. And we can all sit here or stand here proudly and say, in this budget, we got it done. Did we get it all done? No, because we just have so many things, and sometimes you have to make really difficult decisions. But I think we can all go back to our constituents and say, we got it done. This budget puts New Hampshire families first. And it is a responsible, bipartisan budget, and I hope that we can get a broad, bipartisan vote so we can send it to our friends over on the other side of the wall. So I'm going to ask all of you to please join me in voting on ought to pass as amended on House Bill 2. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I too want to thank the members of the Senate Finance Committee for their incredible dedication to this work and their long hours to get us where we are. I know they have devoted much of their time over the past months to this budget, including the incredible staff at the LBA, which I have nothing but the utmost respect for, including OLS as well. There was so much work that went into this budget, and I do agree that this is a bipartisan budget. And in particular, I feel proud to vote for this budget because it supports maternal health, supports the child care crisis, and other much-needed supports for our vulnerable communities. It also supports our working families. When I ran for office, I felt like it was important to have the perspective of a working family in the Senate and what it's like to raise a family in New Hampshire right now, to try to balance a career and be there for your family in the way that you want to be. And I feel like this budget reflects that, the work of the working families in the Senate, and I'm proud of that. I feel like this budget starts to really address the housing crisis, to move our economy forward, to support our healthcare workforce, to create more opportunities for more people, not just the ones at the top, and to build that modern economy that really reflects the future of the Granite State. Of course, no budget is perfect, and I truly recognize that, and of course, I didn't get everything that I wanted or advocated for, but I think that's the case for everyone in this room. Of course, I still remain troubled that we continue to balance our budgets on the back of property taxpayers. I, too, heard from people in my district and elsewhere that property taxes are too high. People can't afford that. Yet our budget continues to balance our budget on the backs of property taxpayers while giving our wealthiest Granite Staters tax breaks. But I agree, budgets are the ultimate test of priorities, and I will be voting for this budget because of these gains that we were able to make for Granite Staters. And because this budget, unlike the last budget I voted on, focuses entirely on smart fiscal policy that will improve people's lives. We kept our eye on the ball, and I think we got there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Bill is on second reading, open for further discussion. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So let me start out by saying we should all salute the Senate President for a great job. I think Deb Martone deserves a second standing O. glad that my friend from Concord talked about Mike Kane and his unbelievable crew at the LBA. Oftentimes, we invite them to come up here. They're probably still at work trying to get this ready so that they have the final amendments and everything in, and so that our friends across the wall can consider this as quickly as possible. But the LBA does unbelievable work, and I'm sure Mike's embarrassed about being on the front page of the Union Leader, but he deserves it. And I got to thank OLS, too. It's a great group of people down there. They work incredibly hard to try to do their utmost to reflect what we bring to them for ideas. So thanks to all of them. I think all the staff that are here, I can't say enough about how hard all of you work. And hopefully for those who aren't here, they're listening somewhere, because without them, we could not do our job. To my 23 colleagues, you've probably all heard me say I try to reduce big things in life to small sayings. And one of them is, when you're up to your chin in alligators, keep smiling. And I think through this entire process, we've been smiling, okay? Because I think we've done a pretty good job overall. That's what the process is about. I'm glad that my friend from District 14 quoted one of the 20th century's best philosophers, Jerry Garcia, in The Long Road. And you've heard me say this before. My favorite 20th century philosopher, Mick Jagger, said you can't always get what you want, but this budget will get New Hampshire what it needs. He didn't say that. I'm sort of taking liberty. But I think it just shows why compromise is important. And it's an amazing thing. For those of you who have been in this room from 2013, we haven't even talked about Medicaid expansion today, except my brief reference to it before. It's worked amazingly well because people compromised then. They worked together, they rolled up their sleeves, they made it work, and 60,000 people are absolutely depending on us getting this job done. And so I am, as Pete Carroll used to say, pumped and jacked over the fact that it looks like we're going to pass this budget on an overwhelming basis, because that's how we built Medicaid expansion. Pete Carroll was the ex-Patriots coach, and he always said that, pumped and jacked. He didn't do too well, but that was always a good, expression. And thankfully, we beat him in that Super Bowl. And this budget does a lot to help the people of the state of New Hampshire. That's why compromise is important. It's about getting into the end zone. And we have a really good chance with this budget of getting to the end zone. And that is what matters. It's not any of the 24 of us as individuals. It's the work product that comes out of this building that impacts the lives of all the people that we represent. That's what it's about. And we've touched those bases of meeting needs, protecting taxpayers, growing the economy. It's a good budget, and please vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, the question before us is the adoption of OTPA as amended on House Bill 2. Senator Susie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. I would like to move to divide the question on House Bill 2 on the ought to pass as amended sections 85 through 88 and the effective date, and then the remainder of the bill.
The motion is in order, and the chair rules that the question is divisible. First vote is on section 85 to 88 and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? Senator Bradley.
I just want to make sure everybody's aware that sections 85 through 88 are the sections that deal with the interest and dividends tax.
Okay. Thank you. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Rule conflict of interest, sorry.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Yes. Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
No. Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes. The ayes have it, 15-8. The second vote, the second, do we need? Senator Murphy, you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. As a courtesy, I believe some senators may have voted separately than they had otherwise wished. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration.
We have a motion to reconsider. And second, all those in favor of reconsideration, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator Carson.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry?
Go ahead.
Okay. If you believe, as I do, that the section that we are being asked to vote separately on concerns the interest and dividend tax credit, and if I support that credit, as I had done earlier, I would definitely vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized.
Thank you. If I believe we should stick with the course we established 2 years ago and not speed up the repeal of the interest and dividends tax, would I vote no?
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a request from Senator Susie for a roll call, seconded by Senator Birdsell. The motion before us is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on sections 85 through 88 and the effective dates. All right, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Conflict?
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes again.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Still no.
And Senator Gray.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14-9, with one abstention. Okay, the second vote is on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. We have a roll call request. From Senator, everyone's pointing to Senator Susie, but Senator Susie's going like this. Senator Bradley requests a roll call vote. We have several seconds. Who was first? Senator Birdsall was seconds. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Addis.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
And Senator Gray.
Yes. The ayes have it, 24 to nothing. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
Thank you, sir. We are going to finance to 367, so. Are you on it? No? This one.
Thank you again, Senator Gray. That was awesome job. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 367 FNL, an act relative to the eligibility of students in the Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 367 FN local ought to pass. This bill increases the income eligibility requirements to access the Education Freedom Account program from a household income of less than 300% of the federal poverty guidelines to less than 350%. Increase in the income requirements will result in an indeterminate number of new students accessing the program. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 367 FN local and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Floor amendment from Senator Altshuler. Senator Altshuler, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Floor Amendment 2161S, and I'd like to speak to my
You're recognized.
amendment. Thank you very much. The Education Freedom Account program has been one that has exceeded all estimates in costs and continues to exist without any meaningful guardrails. Since the inception of this program, when a child enters the EFA program, their family is required to meet the financial restrictions, which we are about to raise, but those financial circumstances are never looked at again. A child's academic career is long, lasting many years. Sometimes for what people coming into this program, they have more than a decade to go. And during that time, the financial situation of a family can change, and they can change dramatically. If the goal of this program is to help families of a certain income level, as a matter of fairness, financial fairness should apply to all families involved in the program, not just the families entering the program for their first year. By not ensuring that all families engaged in this program are meeting income requirements, this program is not achieving what it was set out to do, helping the neediest of families. Further, the lack of oversight as to reporting on these accounts prevents accountability as to the use of our taxpayer dollars. This is just a fiscally irresponsible way to account for the spending of Granite Staters tax funds. Finally, the Oversight Commission, utilizing the funds from the program in order to manage the accounts, has yet to justify the reasoning that 10 cents on every dollar in this program goes to the undisclosed use in the program's administrator. It is my proposal in Amendment 2161 that 8% is more than sufficient to administer a program that has been farmed out by the Department of Education. So therefore I ask you to join me in supporting appropriate guardrails for this program by passing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Is there any further discussion on Senator Altshuler? Senator Lang.
President, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment is just the latest attempt by opponents of our successful school choice program to cut off options for our working class family. The realistic actions that this bill could potentially do to our kids is that imagine a child who's been in an education freedom account school for 5 years, and because the parent makes $1 more an hour, you're going to rip that child out of that school and force them back into the public education system. That is not what we want to do and disrupt our education services of our children, and I think that this is a bad amendment. We should vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Question, Senator Waters.
Senator from District 2?
Sure.
Thanks for taking my question. So in referencing low-income working families, under the 300% here, it's my understanding that that means that a family of 4 that makes $105,000 annually would be included. Do you consider that to be a lower income working family?
I consider that to be a working class family. We consider our teachers in this state make roughly about $40,000 as the entry level. 2 working class teachers who happen to have children would be eligible for this program to be able to send their child to a school if they so choose. Again, this is a school choice program.
I may follow up. Can you point to any federal or state or otherwise statistics that in the definition of working class families has an income that goes up to $105,000?
I'm not aware of any.
Thank you.
Senator Altshuler, question or to speak?
Speak, Mr.
Yep.
President. Thank you. For clarification, we have had a lot of discussion about school choice and the EFA program allowing parents a choice. So parents who choose to use the EFA program to send their child to a private school, parochial school, have made a choice. It is not our responsibility to keep funding the choices of parents who make well over the entry-level financial barrier to get into this program when they make more money. That's their choice to put their kids in that particular school. So they can also choose to take their children out of that school. No one's ripping anyone out of any school. What we are asking is that we are responsible with our tax dollars, and if we are setting a threshold of entry into the program, we just want to put that threshold in place for the duration of the program. And we can celebrate those families who make more money. When their situation improves, they can continue to pay that tuition. It is not our responsibility to pay the tuition for families who can afford to do it on their own. But we don't know who they are because no one has to tell us whether they make more money or not once they're in the program. This is strictly accountability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Is there further discussion on Floor Amendment 2161? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? A roll call's been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Birdsall. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward? Senator Rishardi?
No?
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Bradley?
No. The ayes have it. The motion on the amendment is defeated, 14-10. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, it's good to see you back on the mound. I rise to oppose the ought to pass motion. We just voted a little while ago not to automatically enroll low-income children in the free or reduced lunch programs. I think we have our priorities wrong. If we aren't very concerned that a child in a family of 4 whose income is below $55,500 a year is hungry at school, and at the same time, we think if that same child is in a family with an income of $105,000, she needs the government's help to pay private school tuition. That's just wrong. We should make sure children aren't too hungry to learn rather than thinking it's the taxpayer's responsibility to pay for children to attend private schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rishardi.
Mr. President, you know, I want the best for every child. I think everyone in this room does. The best safety, the best well-being, and the absolute best education. The goal of our education system is to teach students and prepare individuals to be productive members of society and be well-rounded. And we know that achieving this will take different means for different students. We don't all learn the same way, and that's okay. Education freedom accounts are just one way New Hampshire is meeting its constitutional responsibility to provide the opportunity for an adequate education to every New Hampshire child. I've heard your worries, and every attempt to improve education in New Hampshire is called a threat to the existing schools. But most families will continue to choose their local public schools. I want our public schools to be the best they can be, and we've shown that with our additional funding in our public schools. But when the original EFA law was passed, I was the one who introduced the amendment that limited the earnings to 300% of federal poverty level. And since that, I've learned that a group of children coming from a single parent households are being excluded because 300% is just too low in our current economy. These children from struggling single-parent households are already among our most vulnerable. So I've decided that I can support this very modest increase, specifically to help those children in need. Wealthy families already have school choice. If their child is being bullied or struggling academically, they can afford to find another path. But a single parent earning $60,000 is not wealthy. He or she in this economy is struggling to pay their rent, afford transportation, buy food, and in fact cannot afford a different educational path for their child. The 300% income limits for this school year excluded those vulnerable children. The point of school choice is to break down those economic barriers and give more families the opportunity to choose the best educational path for their children. I'll be honest with you, I could not support at this time the increase of 500% that our New Hampshire House across the wall had wanted. But with citizens, our citizens, experiencing that average inflation rate of 8%, and the average rent in New Hampshire increasing to now $1,950, with a $300 per month increase for the past 2 years. This is a modest 12% increase in the educational freedom accounts, and I think this limit is really reasonable. School choice is about helping those families who need other options, not tearing down a system for students who succeed in our local schools. I am very proud of the budget that we voted on today. It increases funding for education overall. The Senate's plan will increase the base amount districts receive from the current $3,787 to $4,100 per student. It would also increase the amount that the state pays out for each student receiving a free and reduced price lunch from $1,893 per student to $2,300, and make similar jumps for English language learning students and students receiving special education, in addition to extraordinary needs grants, which assist our school districts below a certain level of property valuation. With this overall increase in education funding for our schools, a modest 12% in the education freedom account limits seems very reasonable, and I urge this body ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass on House Bill 367. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? A roll call was requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Fenton. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altshuler?
No.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 367 is ordered to third reading. And now, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We're now in the late session. Are there any announcements or personal privileges to come before the Senate? No announcements, no personal privileges. So from me, thank you all very much for all your hard work, and as I always say, smiling when we're up to alligators, up to our chin in alligators. Also, thank you for being in session Wednesday. It means a lot to me to be able to be on a plane tomorrow. My oldest son is getting married, and the rehearsal dinner is Friday, and so Karen and I will need to be on our way by about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So our session tomorrow will be very short and hopefully sweet. There are only a handful of bills. So with that, again, thank you for the change in schedule that lets me go to my son's wedding. So with that, without objection, seeing that there were no personal privileges or unanimous consents, if there were, they'd be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 217. Any further business? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing and roll bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.